Hi, good morning, everybody. Hi, let's start the meeting. Glad to see so many faces here in person, and welcome to those on the Zoom platform. This is the September 1st meeting of the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. Before we get started, I wanted to do a quick acknowledgement of the tribal lands in California. The California Environmental Protection Agency building, which we are in now, and the Natural Resources Agency are located in Sacramento. Sacramento was and still is a gathering place for many local tribes who have lived throughout the Central Valley and the foothills for generations, and were the original stewards of this land. These people include the Nisenan, Maidu, and Miwok peoples, and the Patwan Wintun nations, who have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. It is important for us to recognize that our organization sits on the tribal lands of indigenous people, and that we are here because of the sacrifices forced upon them. In acknowledging and remembering these communities and all of the work we do, we hope to honor their legacy, their lives, and their descendants. There's a website there, nativeland.ca, that can provide that information for wherever you're located. A bit of housekeeping before we get started. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on YouTube when the meeting ends. So please mute your mics unless you plan to speak. If you're comfortable with using your video when you're speaking, great. If not, that's fine too. I will do a quick roll call for council members. If you are not a council member, please just go ahead and use the chat in Zoom and just kind of say your name and affiliation. Then we'll go through a quick agenda review and see if there's any comments on the action items. So with that, I'll go ahead and start the roll call for council members, starting with those in the room. We'll start with the co-chairs, the Cali PA.
Hi, I'm Karen Mogus, co-chair for Cali PA.
Natural Resources Agency. Mark will be joining remotely. Division of Drinking Water or Drinking Water.
Andrew Outspoke for the Division of Drinking Water.
Stormwater.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Grant Sharp with Orange County Public Works, representing regulated stormwater community.
Sorry for the screen malfunction. Regulated community POTWs.
Good morning. I'm Lorian Flono, Executive Director of the Bay Area Clean Water Agencies, representing the regulated POTW community.
Public Health.
Good morning, everyone. Mark Starr. I'm Deputy Director for Environmental Health in the California Department of Public Health and representing public health. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person. Wanted to be badly, but unfortunately my COVID test is still positive, even though I feel great.
Thanks for joining us remotely, Mark. Agriculture.
Mark Cady, California Department of Food and Agriculture, representing agriculture.
Water supply.
This is Peter Vroom, City of San Diego Public Utilities, representing the water supply sector.
Scientific community, non-academic.
Hi, Steve Weisberg from the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority, SWIRP.
Scientific community, academic. Academic community, Krista.
It's like, is that me? Hi, Krista Gamer. I'm the director of the California State University Council on Ocean Affairs, Science and Technology, COAST.
I think as of yet, we still haven't got a US EPA non-voting representative now that Terry Fleming is retired, but that should be announced by hopefully the next meeting. Agenda review and adjustments. So the bulk of this meeting will be focused on the integrated report, or the Clean Water Act sections 303D and 305B integrated report. That'll be the bulk. We'll do probably an hour and a half before lunch, take a break, and then continue that discussion after lunch. And then the second item on the agenda will be focused on the Safe to Eat work group and updates regarding bioaccumulation monitoring and the realignment for the bioaccumulation program within SWAMP. Are there any adjustments or things needed? Because there's only 2 items. Great. And then I apologize to the council members. I didn't send out the action items until late last night. I thought I'd send them out previously. If there are any comments on those or items of concern, just feel free to reach out to me. We don't usually take a formal action on those, and they're documents. So out on those. And if you have one now, feel free to voice it and I can take those. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the public forum. So this is the chance for folks from the public or otherwise that wish to speak to the council on topics not on the agenda. Go ahead and raise your hand and we will council. Luke Ginger, Heal the Bay. Go ahead and unmute. Don't forget to unmute.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hoping you can hear me. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning. I just had a quick question to pose to you all. So I was wondering if there were any updates on AB 1066. Namely, has there been a staff member dedicated to the rollout of that piece of legislation, and has this has the implementation been assigned to a work group? I'm hoping you all have some information on that.
Thanks, Luke. I can feel that, and Mark Starr and or Karen Mogus, feel free to fill in if I misstate anything. We did have a meeting with CDPH recently, and they received resources from their BCP related to 1066, and I've identified an existing staff person in Joe Christensen, who has got a background in shellfish bacteria, and he's going to fulfill the CDPH responsibilities as a co-chair for the work group that has been required by AB 1066. The water board, unfortunately, was not granted their bid for resources to fulfill the other co-chair position, but we are working to see if we can identify several different staff to help fulfill that role. The plan at this point in time is to try to leverage the existing inland beach water quality monitoring work group in the Safe to Swim network as a starting point for developing that work group. Christensen at CDPH was on vacation until just yesterday, so my plan is to kind of put our heads together with Greg Gearhart and OEMA and Karen Mogus from Division of Water Quality to think of some staff people that could help fulfill the State Water Board's role, and then meet with Joe and think about the next steps. Mark or Karen, if you have anything else to add, and we're open to other co-chairs. They don't have to be just the Water Board and CDPH. If there are somebody, say, from the Heal the Bay or NGOs that want to help lead that effort, we'd be happy for the help.
Yeah, Heal the Bay would be happy to help out there. Thank you for that information.
And I have nothing to
thanks,
add.
Nick.
Yeah, nothing to add from CDPH, Nick. You covered it nicely.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks, Nick.
Any other members from the public wishing to address the council on topics not on the agenda? None. Council member and director updates. Any updates in the room from council members last meeting that they want?
I guess I can go first. So representing from the Bay Area here, and as you've probably all heard, there's a massive algal bloom that's ongoing in the San Francisco Bay. We are working closely with SFEI, the water board, to monitor it. just some background. The species in question is Heterosigma ashigawara, which has been known to be present in the bay since 2002 at least. And it is unclear what triggered this specific bloom. We know that, of course, nutrients contribute to the bloom. Nutrient concentrations or nutrient loads to the bay are lower than they've been since we've begun monitoring, due to a combination of factors, including the pandemic, the drought, as well as several of our agencies have been implementing projects to reduce nutrient loads through optimization and upgrades. Of course, the regional SAN upgrade as well reduces loads coming down from the bay. So we are going to be considering what that means for our region. We have many agencies that are planning on implementing or in the process of implementing nutrient reduction projects. There's about 10 that are either in construction or about to start construction. And there's more that have projects that are in planning right now that are coming on down the line. And we're going to be continuing to support the science through SFEI. And happy to answer any questions that I can about this.
Questions? I know that the Harmful Algal Blooms Network and the FHAB program have been helping to provide information from the water board perspective. Thanks for that update, Lorian. I also, before we move on to the next updates, I assume there's no questions, I wanted to recognize that Helen Patanides is online representing the community monitoring groups, and Ray Heimstra will be joining us in person to represent the public and NGO community. Flights have been limited from Orange County to Sacramento. Mark, your hand's raised.
Thanks, Nick. A question on the San Francisco Bay HAB on the monitoring effort that's going on. Are you looking at issues in regards to, dissolved oxygen and sort of the stratification that often can occur when you have these huge sorts of blooms? And also, are you looking at pH in the water and seeing if that's changing in areas where you have bloom and die off? Just out of curiosity.
I would have to refer any of your questions on the specifics of the monitoring to the SFEI team.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, do you have any updates you want to give? You don't have to.
Yeah, no, I mean, the only thing, and unfortunately, there's not that much on the water quality side, Nick, because you just attested to on 1066. But we pretty much the session's done in the legislature, and so we had this very unusual situation, which has now been 2 years in a row, on basically budget decisions for 22 in the budget, the ongoing budget year get made at the same time as actually legislation getting through the legislature. So normally you have like a 2-3 month break in between. So this has made things really difficult to track and follow and those sorts of things. So one area that I will tell you, again, not on the water quality side, but I know a lot of people on this call follow these issues closely, is it looks like that sea level rise in particular has done very, very well in the budget. I'd say combined now between last year and this year, the Coastal Conservancy has somewhere around $750 million plus, maybe even 800 for coastal resiliency projects. For the state, there's probably another 750 plus on natural and working lands projects. A lot of that could be nature-based solution-oriented work that many of you work on. And then lastly, and this just occurred, at the 11th hour, is that there'll be $100 million for the implementation of SB1, which was an Atkins bill, which really should get us pretty darn close, I think, all the way to the finish line of having coastal resilience, coastal adaptation planning for all local governments along California's coast and along San Francisco Bay. So that's a big thing. Hopefully as early as 2026, but maybe 2028 at the outside. So I just wanted to share that since with all the other budget news going on with climate and Diablo Canyon and all these other sorts of things, that sort of stuff gets lost. So I just thought I would share that with the group here. And I'll leave it at, oh, one other thing is we do have our next quarterly OPC meeting on October 6th. It got postponed because Secretary Crowfoot and the governor will be at Climate Week in New York for the originally scheduled week. And it's a big week from the standpoint of equity. The equity plan for the OPC hopefully will be approved on that day. It's very comprehensive. There's a lot of really strong elements to it. And on top of that, there will also be the creation of a equity small grants program that will hopefully also get approved, as well as the expansion of the Tribal Marine Stewards Program, which is closely related to MPA stewardship, which very substantial. I think we're doing 3.6 million over 3 years, and adding a Southern California tribe, the San Ynez Band of the Chumash. And so those are some of the highlights. There's a lot more than that, but it really is a big equity day. And we'll have a new council member, and a new big boss for everybody in Cali, PA, and Yana Garcia should be started by then. And so for those of you who don't know, she is the new Secretary of Cali, PA. So I'll stop there.
Yep. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I believe Yana started today.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, her swearing in is this afternoon. Her announcement will come out of the governor's office tomorrow because apparently the governor's office is announcing the new Surgeon General today. So she gets tomorrow as the big announcement day. Since I have the floor, I did want to mention that on the next week at our board meeting, our board will consider a resolution adopting a policy handbook establishing standard method of testing and reporting for microplastics in drinking water. I won't get into the details, but I know many of you are involved in, including Squirp, who was very involved with setting the scientific foundation for that policy handbook. So that'll be before our board next week on Wednesday. So if you're interested, happy to send you some more information, and you can definitely Zoom into the board meeting.
Updates in the room. Grant? And I'll get to you next, Christine, and the folks online.
Thank you, Nick. Just a couple of events, conferences coming up. California Stormwater Quality Association will be hosting their annual conference in October, the 24th through the 26th. It will be in person for the first time in 3 years this year. It's going to be held in Palm Springs. And then also, this is not going to happen until April, but the Center for Watershed Protection is going to have hold their national conference in San Diego. First time they've ever been on the West Coast. It's going to be April 24th through the 27th. The theme is the value of water, water harvesting and reuse, nutrient trading and funding. And I never have personally attended a Center for Watershed Protection conference, but from what I am learning about it, it seems like it will be a great opportunity to bring multiple sectors together at one event: stormwater, wastewater, water supply, groundwater management agencies, and organizations together in one venue. They are looking for sponsors for the conference, if anyone's interested, and there'll be a call for abstracts released very soon. I think either tomorrow or early next week. And if anyone is interested in helping plan the event, they are also actively looking for anyone who has interest in helping to put in some time to plan it and review abstracts and things of that nature. So if you're looking for more information, you can visit the Center for Watershed Protection website. That's it for me. Thanks, Nick.
As long as we're doing workshops, I'll mention that one of the workshops that's coming up that was kind of a byproduct of one of our work groups here is a eDNA workshop that will take place the second week in September. I think in-person registration, I think we're full up, but it is particularly the plenary session is going to be online and worth attending. That's the 13th of September. It's a workshop that is focused not on how do we do more science, but how do we take the science and put it in application? So if you want to see how eDNA is already being started to be used as a monitoring tool around the country, great place to learn about that. I'm also thinking it'd be nice, we have the CABW conference coming up in, might be nice for somebody to kind of give a briefing on, I think that's going to be in person here, is it?
Allie, you're online. Can you answer the CABW? Is that in person?
Yeah, it is. It's in person at the Cali building October 11th and 12th. There is remote options to participate too. And Nick, I can put a link to the CABW webpage there to share with everybody.
Allie.
While we're on the topic of workshops, can I jump in? We have the Bacteria Summit occurring here also in person. I think there's a remote option as well on September 14th, 15th, and 16th. Jointly sponsored by the Water Board and CASCLA.
Anyone else in the room before I go on? And Christine? You're muted.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to dovetail off of what Karen Mogus mentioned about the drinking water policy handbook, the methods that the board is going to adopt or potentially adopt on September 7th. So we are part of that policy, and the methods that are being discussed will be offered by ELAP by the end of this week or early next week, but definitely before the workshop, before the board meeting. And I do want to give a shout out to Steve Weisberg and his team at SQUIRP. They helped assist in us getting these methods ready for accreditation. So just want to shout out to SQUIRP. That's it.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I just want a quick update from public health. Quickly mentioned that we had a limited involvement, have had in the harmful algal bloom in the bay, and our staff are expert at identifying plankton of various species, and so they helped, I think, with the initial identification. But other than that, we don't have too much of a role. Those staff are primarily involved with shellfish safety and shellfish poisoning, domoic acid and paralytic shellfish poisoning and the like. But you know, it's good staff, good volunteer network for collecting specimens, things like that. So we're happy to be able to provide a little bit of help. The main thing I wanted to mention is just a quick update on wastewater surveillance for COVID. I know this group's been very involved with that, and we of course have a committee that's been led by Steve Weisberg and now his staff, Josh Steele. And so it's been very involved in that whole process. This goes back to April of 2020, I think, when we had a meeting with Cali PA and CDPH, our monthly meeting, and I think Karen and I can't remember who else, Mark Gold, of course, somebody else in the water board, started talking about this, and I was really the only one available in our department to start moving it along. So, you know, worked with CDC and EPA and the water boards and this council, of course, various sanitation agencies, Stanford and other academic partners, and our local public health partners to try and get this moving. And then eventually some federal funding became available that fall, and the project got going. So it's been quite a successful project, and our laboratory, the state labs, since January has been testing wastewater along with some of the academic partners and others. It's been really quite successful, and collaboration with the committee here of the council has been critical for standing up our lab work, validating methods, and other aspects of it. Right now, our lab is doing 20 sites 3 times a week, and now increasing a few more this past month. So I think we're up to maybe 23 sites actually. And then we have a longer term goal of getting up to 75 sites around the state, and hopefully representing about 50% of the population, and rural and urban, and as much as possible wherever there's potential wastewater and to be tested. So working with our academic partners and getting our data posted through CDC's wastewater surveillance system, which is now being led by our infectious diseases folks. And we look at correlations with cases, case reports, make data available to our local partners. There's a weekly dashboard. I think the Water Board also has a dashboard on this. And it just has been extremely valuable for monitoring the course of the pandemic, and even more so in recent times, recent phases, because home testing is increasing, which doesn't get reported, and disease severity is decreasing. Take myself for an example, I haven't had to miss any work. So none of that is captured in regular surveillance and disease reporting, but we all use the toilet, and there's a great opportunity, and it's really been a useful tool for surveillance. And because of that, there's funding in the current budget to try and ramp up to those 75 sites in the coming year. So the last thing I'll mention is just that there's more to go with this in the future, more to do. Some of the academic partners are already, Stanford in particular, already testing for flu and RSV and other viruses, monkeypox, or mpox as we're calling it, more recently. And there may be other uses in the future for wastewater surveillance, looking at antimicrobial resistance, for example, or other things. So it's really just been a huge success. I just wanted to share that update, and also kudos to everybody involved, how this has worked out. That's my update for today. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for helping to lead that effort as well. What I was saying before when I was muted, we are a little bit behind, so I'll kind of blast through my updates. I've been working with the Wetland Workgroup to update their strategic planning, to focus their ideas, to focus more on the work of that Wetland Workgroup to fulfill the requirements for the US EPA and water boards to develop their watershed or their wetland planning. They're also I'm also working with cross-agency staff with the OPC, Ocean Protection Council, Division Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, and OEMA on a potential plastics monitoring program, and also working with the National Water Quality Monitoring Council. There is a biennial conferences is next April 24th, 9th of 2023 in Virginia Beach. There's actually helping with the program and session development there, and the call for abstracts is currently out, and I know that we're having some potential sessions being developed here in California to be presented there. Talk more about those, but in the sake of time and for the great presentations to come, I'll go ahead and stop it there and move on. Any questions for anybody before moving on to the meat of that? I will turn it over to Lori Weber.
Can I do a quick tee up?
Go for it.
Thank you. So let's see, Steve, you are the sole representative. Well, no, Mark Gold was involved at the beginning of the Monitoring Council as well. And And so please add to the history if you have anything to add, but wanted to just mention that we're going to hear about the integrated report today. And it was one of the major reasons why the Monitoring Council was formed, and one of the justifications in the legislation, proposed legislation at the time back in 2006. And one of the big issues was we are tasked under the Clean Water Act to evaluate all readily available data. That was not happening at the time, at least not comprehensively. And there were a wide range of ways that data were assessed, as well as evaluated across the state. And then not a lot of coordination across agencies when it came to data that was solicited and assessed for the integrated report. So a lot has transpired since 2006, and I think you'll be really impressed with how far we've come with the integrated report. And so this is an opportunity for us to sort of highlight a really big task that we do here at the water boards that is absolutely right in the wheelhouse of the Monitoring Council. So just wanted to provide a little bit of context as to why we've dedicated pretty much a whole meeting to the topic. And I'll just say, I look forward to my staff having the opportunity to introduce themselves. I am exceedingly proud of the effort that they have put into this work over the years, and I think you guys will be pretty impressed as well. Steve or Mark, did you want to add anything to that context before we get started?
Just two things. First, I didn't realize that this is the first meeting without Terry, and
oh yeah,
recognize how much he provided to this. Leaves me as the old man on the group now. But I couldn't agree more. I'm very excited by this meeting because I think it's a real opportunity to pull all the pieces together and just see how the things we're doing or the things we're not doing that we need to do. I think this meeting will really help focus some of our future events. So very excited by this.
I have nothing to add other than a rather interesting range of emotions due to nostalgia and how much time I've spent on this issue, but not for the last 12 years. So it'll be great to sort of see, what's going on there. I know, and I've definitely had a chance to look at some of it and really look forward to the presentation. So thank you.
All right, take it away, Lori. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you guys all hear me? To get everything set up. You guys can all hear me okay? Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Karen, for the great introduction, and great to hear the historical perspective from Steve and Mark. I hope that this presentation lives up to your expectations. Thanks to the council for inviting us. We are very excited to be here. We've done a lot of work over the past few years, and we're excited to share that with you, building, of course, on all the work that had come previously. So as Karen said, my name is Lori Weber, and I'm a senior environmental scientist at the State Water Board. I oversee one of what is now 2 integrated reports at the State Board. So with me today in the room are a few of my co-presenters, Lisa Holmes and Anna Maria Sines, who from the Integrated Report Program. Also on the line, we have Jacob Kaplan, also from the Integrated Report Program, and he'll be presenting remotely. Ali Den from the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program will be presenting remotely and is also part of this presentation. So as we go through this item, they will each introduce themselves prior to their individual presentations and give you guys a little bit more background. So just in a nutshell, today we're going to present to you about California's Clean Water Act, Section 303D and 305B Integrated Report. Next slide, please. Oh, great. So here's an outline of our presentation today. First, Anna Marie and I will give you an overview of the integrated report. including, how it's structured, the process that we undergo to develop it, and some of the online resources that are available if you want additional information about what I'm presenting today. After that presentation, Lisa Holmes will take over and give us an overview of the listing policy, which some of you probably helped develop. And this is the policy that guides much of our work. And Lisa will also summarize in a very high level some of the assessment methods that we employ to assess data for the integrated report. Then Jacob Kaplan, he'll talk about our current data assessment tools and some of the improvements that we've made over the past few years, as well as what is currently in the works. So a little preview of what's to come. Then Anna Maria will circle back and talk about, give us an overview of some of the other internal process improvements that her team has been spearheading since they came on board a couple of years ago. And Ali Dunn, the State Water Board Swamp Coordinator, will has a presentation about how SWAMP is coordinating with the integrated report. Then we'll circle back. This will take a while to get through. We'll stop for questions, of course, and start tee up an open discussion with the Monitoring Council. We've kind of combined a series of bullet points for the challenges, that we're facing with the integrated report, and identified some areas where we think the Monitoring Council can help. So that will kind of tee up an open discussion, and we'll have some time for talks, talking and getting some input from you all on, how we can work more closely together moving forward. Next slide, please. So this is just a title slide launching into the first item, which is an introduction to the integrated report. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the integrated report. What is the integrated report? In a nutshell, I said that a million times a day. Integrated report. If I start saying IR, stop me. So in a nutshell, the purpose of the integrated report is to assess data and report on the quality of surface waters throughout the state. It is a requirement of the Federal Clean Water Act, and it fulfills the requirements listed in 2 sections of the Act. And they're kind of laid out here. Section 305B requires that states report on the overall status of water quality in the state. And Section 303D requires states to identify water bodies where water quality standards are threatened or not attained or impaired. So you have all likely heard of the 303D list or the impaired water body list or the 303D list of impaired water bodies. That's what this is, and that's where this list lives within the integrated report. Another important point is that water bodies that are listed as impaired, that's just the first step in the process. They're then prioritized for cleanup and restoration actions, such as total maximum daily loads or TMDLs, or other efforts to fix the impairment. Next slide, please. So this slide introduces some of the key terms related to the integrated report, and also illustrates how the report is organized from general to a more specific level of detail. There are kind of 3 important levels of detail to remember: the water body level, the decision level, and the line of evidence level. And we use these terms all the time. And just to kind of walk you through them, a water body, as you would expect, is a portion of a waterway, such as a lake, a stream segment, or a coastal beach that has been mapped for integrated report purposes. Each integrated report water body is assigned a name and a unique ID in the integrated report, so we can cross-reference between documents. It's helpful to remember that the integrated report condition categories and the water body fact sheets, which we'll talk a little bit about later, are reported at the water body level. I'll show you some examples in the presentation. The next level of detail is the decision. Decisions are written at the pollutant level, and there may be more than one decision in a water body. Here, it's helpful to remember that the 303D listings are reported at the decision level, at the water body pollutant level. And then finally, a finer level of detail is the line of evidence, or LOE. I'm sure I'll slip up and say LOE more than once, but that's the kind of the LOEs are considered the building blocks of the decision. The level of detail tracked in the lines of evidence includes beneficial uses, matrices such as water, sediment, or tissue, and the monitoring project that collects the data or the data source, many other details that I'll talk about a little bit more later. So each decision may contain from one or in some cases up to hundreds of lines of evidence for each water body pollutant decision. Next slide, please. That's right. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. So this slide is the same information as the previous slide, but the graphic has been reworked to illustrate how the different components fit together. You can see here that the water body, the big blue rectangle, that's the more general level of detail. And then within each water body, there will be one or more decision. And within each decision, there will be one or more line of evidence. So this is just a kind of a way to conceptualize how everything fits together. Again, I'll point out the integrated report condition categories and the water body fact sheets are reported at the water body level. And the 303D listings are tracked at the decision level. Okay, next slide, please. So speaking of condition categories, here's a list of the integrated report condition categories. These are the categories that are used for the 305B portion of the integrated report, which communicates the overall condition of surface waters. The condition categories are determined for each water body after all of the decisions, all of the water body pollutant decisions have been made. So you may have heard of category 1 water bodies or category 3 water bodies, et cetera. This table is provides a definition for each of the categories. The categories are numbered 1 to 5. And just very briefly, I'll walk you through them. Category 1 water bodies are where we can determine that at least one beneficial use is being supported. And there is no evidence to indicate that any other uses are impaired. Category 2 water bodies are where there is insufficient information and we cannot determine if a beneficial use is being supported or not. We just don't have enough information. Category 3 is water bodies where we have insufficient information to determine beneficial uses attainment, but there is evidence that uses may be threatened. In this case, we call category 3 the watch list because we put it on the it's on the list and we're highlighting it for future monitoring or more review. Category 4 is for water bodies where an impairment or multiple impairments exist, but they are all being addressed by either a US EPA approved TMDL or an action other than a TMDL that has been approved by EPA, or because the impairment is caused by pollution and not a pollutant, and that's in the Clean Water Act, the difference between pollution and pollutant. And then finally, water bodies in category 5 are placed in category 5 if there is at least one impairment needing a TMDL. Next slide, please.
Or do you want a question?
I can take questions as I go. Yeah.
Can you go back to that previous slide then? Category 3 intrigues me as a connection to the monitoring council. Category 2 is sort of like, well, you can't be everywhere every time. So of course you're going to have places where you don't have it. But when you have some information that suggests you have a problem, but not enough information to determine whether you act, it seems like that should serve as a trigger to, when something hits category 3 right now, does it trigger action? Or is that something the council can help kind of make a connection to?
It does trigger action. It's not, kind of depends on the regional board level, and it depends on the pollutant and the concern, the level of concern. And I think that is a good area where the monitoring council, we could pass on our list of category 3 water bodies and pollutants that are, where we could use some additional information.
Because I can see sometimes it's just a lack of effort, you just don't have enough sampling. I can also see, and I have observed that sometimes the quality of the data you have isn't good enough, so it ends up in category 3. That seems like a place that the council could really provide some benefit. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Thank you.
We have another question online, and it'd be helpful if in the room when you're speaking to just announce who you are. That was Steve Weisberg. Go ahead, Krista.
Hi, Lori. I'm Krista Kamer from the California State University. I'm the academic science partner, I think. Could you give, I'm interested in a couple things around category 4. So where it says that a TMDL isn't needed, but a TMDL has been developed and approved by the feds. Could you explain that a little more?
Yeah, so if a TMDL is, once a water body pollutant combination is identified as impaired and it's listed on the 303D list, it's then prioritized for TMDL development. The TMDL process, it's a long process. The TMDL is sort of a plan for how to fix the problem. And once that TMDL is completed, it's approved by the regional water boards, the state water boards, and then submitted to EPA. And EPA has a role and they review the TMDLs and they also approve the TMDLs. And so only when that has happened can we place the water body in category 4A. Does that make sense?
So a TMDL isn't needed because it's already been approved.
Right, right.
Okay, it's not that one isn't needed in general. It's like it's not needed anymore because it
yeah, so that's why there's we have subcategories in for category 4. If the subcategory of 4A is that a TMDL has already been developed, it's been approved by EPA. 4B is that there's another program that's been developed that can to fix the impairment. The 4B projects are also approved by EPA, so that there is a federal involvement there.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, and then my other question was on 4C, where could you give an example of the non-attainment is caused by pollution? Would that be something like dissolved oxygen or alkalinity or total dissolved substances rather than like lead or boron or nickel or something?
Yeah, so all of those things that you mentioned would be considered pollutants. 4C is specifically for impairments that are caused by pollution. And an example of pollution would be low flow. Or hydromodification. So it's something, it's not a substance in the water. It's not a physical, chemical property or biological property of water that is regulated. It's pollution. It's sort of outside of the Clean Water Act permit program.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Thanks.
Sure.
Can I ask something? I just wanted to tee off of something that Steve said about the data quality. And I was just wondering if you're going to talk about sort of like the data quality assurance and how that plays into the whole process and the timing and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. We have several slides on that.
Yeah. So I'm going to intervene here. Sorry to be the mean co-chair. I know Lori and her team has a really long and thorough and complex presentation. So I'm going to respectfully request that people hold on to their questions because I'm sure many of them will be answered during her presentation and her team's presentation. Lori, if you think there's sort of appropriate breaks, like when you sort of pass the baton to your staff and when you're willing to entertain questions, that's your call. I've been in your chair a lot in my career, and it's very easy to sort of lose the rhythm on a presentation. And I think it's really important for you to be able to get through that. So anyways, let's do it that way. So Lori, you got the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate your help with that. Yes, we do have a couple of areas, or we've identified some slides specifically for questions. So let's just stick to those. Okay. Now we're on slide 8, integrated report summary statistics. So moving on, here are some of the summary statistics related to the current integrated report. So the current integrated report is the 2020-2022 integrated report. And we'll go into this in more detail in later slides. It's good to know generally that the integrated report is submitted to US EPA every 2 years on even numbered years due by April 1st. And each one of these reports is called a cycle or an integrated report cycle. So the current integrated report is the 2020-2022 cycle. It was submitted to EPA on April 1st and approved of 2022, approved May 11th of 2022. So it's now in effect, the official integrated report. Each integrated report cycle is cumulative. That is, as we assess new data, we make new decisions or update previous decisions based on the prior report. So these statistics here on the slide represent the cumulative efforts of both current and prior integrated report assessments. And just really briefly, over the years, we have mapped and assessed data from over 3,200 water bodies. We've assessed 686 different analytes. That means we've found evaluation guidelines or thresholds to compare those analytes to determine beneficial use attainment. We have evaluated over 3,700 different data sets or sources of information. Following along on the bottom row here, based on those assessments, we've written over 186,000 lines of evidence. And from those lines of evidence, we have currently over 53,000 water body pollutant decisions. This work has resulted in a total of 5,173 303D listings currently on the integrated report, currently on the 303D list. So note that the vast majority, over 90% of the assessments do not result in listings. So we assess a lot of data and we don't always find impairments. And also here, I just want to highlight that listing is just the first step of a very long process. Once a water body pollutant combination is placed on the 303D list, it is put in the pipeline for implementation actions to fix the impairment, such as total maximum daily loads or TMDLs, or other management actions. Fixing impairments can take a long time, requires follow-up monitoring, adaptive management, that entire cycle. But the overall goal is to fix the impairment and eventually delist the water body pollutant combination from the 303D list. That is our long-term goal. Next slide, please. This slide is a bar chart showing how those 5,173 303D listings are distributed among major pollutant categories, as well as among the regional water boards. So on the vertical axis, we see that is divided into major pollutant category. The horizontal axis just shows you the number of listings. Each bar is color-coded by regional water board according to the legend on the right. RWB stands for Regional Water Board. Apologize for the numbers. It wouldn't fit on the slide if I wrote out each regional board. But I'm happy to answer questions on that. If you look at the little numbers to the right of each bar, that's the total number of listings within that category. So if you look at the very bottom bar, we have 1,337 303D listings for pesticides and other toxic organics. One bar up, we have 929 listings for metals or other toxic inorganics and so forth. You can also eyeball the regional boards by color. So for example, region 3 is the yellow region, the Central Coast region. And you can kind of scan down to see the relative amount of listings for each category for that regional board. The smaller numbers wouldn't fit on that graph. So this is a very high level graphic. I'm sure, if you want to drill down to a finer level of detail, for example, how many sediment listings are there in region 3? I would refer you to one of our online resources. We have an Excel spreadsheet of all of these the entire 303D list, which is posted on our website. And I'll show you how to find that later in my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the integrated report process, or how we develop the integrated report. Here's a general overview of the steps that we go through to develop the reports, along with the approximate timelines. As I mentioned before, it takes longer than 2 years to develop a report. As you can see, it's closer to 4 years from start to finish. So the way that we're able to do that and submit them on time is to stagger the reports, and we work on 2 and sometimes 3 reports concurrently, so that we can submit them as required by April 1st of every even numbered year to US EPA. So just really briefly, I'm going to go through each one of these steps. The major steps are data solicitation, data review and mapping, data analysis, the public process, and final submission to US EPA. Next slide, please. So step 1 in the process is data solicitation. The data solicitation period typically lasts about 6 months, and it starts with the public notice of data solicitation. So some of you may have seen the notices or are familiar with them, or been CC'd on them. The notice explains how to submit data for assessment, what the minimum data requirements are, and all the details that you need to know to submit data for the integrated report. For the most part, data should be submitted to the California Environmental Data Exchange Center Network, or CEDN database. I think just about everybody here is familiar with the CEDN acronym. And then data not compatible with CEDN, for example, continuous monitoring data, it can be submitted to us through an online portal. It's a survey, kind of a survey wizard process. And the portal is called the IR Upload portal. Additionally, based on our policy, most data sets will need a quality assurance project plan, or QAP. And the QAPs can be submitted also through the IR Upload portal. And then finally, just another important point is that the notice will include a data cutoff date by which all data must be submitted to be considered for an integrated report cycle. So we're currently in the data solicitation period for the 2026 cycle. The cutoff date is October 21st for that cycle. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next step is data review and mapping. This is primarily where we do the quality review of the data, among other things. So after the cutoff date, staff at the water boards, begin to assemble the data, start reviewing the data, querying the data from CEDN, and getting everything in the right format so that our tools can, we can run our tools. Then we evaluate data quality to identify accessible data. There's 2 ways that we evaluate data quality. The first is we have an automated tool that we call the Data Quality Estimator tool. It's a screening tool that reviews each data point and bins the data into estimated quality based on the QC information and other metadata that comes in with the raw data from CEDN. The tool itself was developed with the assistance of our partners in the Office of Information Management and Analysis, or OIMA, and I want to give a shout out to Melissa Morris, the Deputy Director, I think, of OIMA at this point. She was instrumental in pulling this together. The second part of this is, the second thing that we do to review data quality is review quality assurance project plans. Most data must be associated with, supported by a QAP, or a quality assurance project plan, before we can assess it or use it as a primary line of evidence for the integrated report. The second half of this process, or the second part of this process, is mapping. I kind of explained we already have about over 3,000 water bodies that are mapped. As new data come in from new sampling locations, we associate those stations with currently or existing water bodies. Sometimes stations come in for areas that we don't have mapped, so we'll map new water bodies. That's how that process works. Next slide, please. So in the next 2 slides, I'm going to talk a little bit about the data analysis part of the process. There's both developing the lines of evidence and writing the decisions. So for the lines of evidence, once the data have been processed, reviewed for quality, and mapped appropriately to integrated report water bodies, and basically located, the next step is to organize the data into lines of evidence. So as I mentioned before, I think of a line of evidence as the first building block of the assessment. Essentially, each line of evidence compares data to a numeric threshold, such as a water quality objective. The numeric threshold is intended to measure the attainment of the beneficial use. So the question that we're asking with a line of evidence is there evidence here that the beneficial use is supported or not supported? So, as this graphic demonstrates, typically a line of evidence is written for each combination of water body, beneficial use, monitoring project, monitoring station or sample location, analyte, also known as pollutant, matrix, water, sediment, or tissue, fraction, total or dissolved, and numeric threshold. So for each combination of these things, the LOE summarizes the total number of samples. That's the total number of samples that we have, and the number of samples that exceed the numeric threshold. So we call that samples and exceedances. And that's the bread and butter of a line of evidence. Okay, next slide, please. So moving on to decisions, our next step is to combine the lines of evidence for each water body by pollutant and make a water body pollutant decision. LOEs are written with data received during the data solicitation period. They're combined with any historical or prior cycle lines of evidence if they exist, and assessed as a whole. So we're looking at all of the data that we have for that, all of the lines of evidence that we have for that water body pollutant combination. And then the question that we are asking, based on the question we ask with the decision is, based on the evidence from all of the lines of evidence for this pollutant, is the water body impaired for that pollutant? And the way we make that determination is to run a statistical test, the binomial test, which looks at the number of samples and numbers of the exceedances. If the number of exceedances is equal or greater than the minimum number in the appropriate binomial table in our listing policy, for that sample size, we make the decision to list the water body as impaired. If the number of exceedances is less than the minimum number in the binomial tables in the listing policy, we do not list the water body. So it really, everything kind of hinges on that binomial test. And then each, just to kind of reiterate, each water body pollutant decision is considered an individual 303D listing decision. So that's why you'll hear that a water body is impaired for pollutant A, for example, bacteria, and for pollutant B, for example, mercury. And then all of the individual pollutant decisions are combined into a water body fact sheet. And so this graphic here is just a very simplified representation of a water body fact sheet with 2 decisions and 2 lines of evidence per decision. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Anna Maria for to go over the public process.
Thanks, Lori. I'll give you a little break here for a little bit. My name is Anna Maria Science, and I'm the Senior Environmental Scientist for the Assessment Policy and Process Unit, the second unit that works on the integrated report at the State Water Board. I'm going to talk more about how Lori and I are structuring our the tasks for the integrated report later on in the process improvement slides, but for now I'm going to continue walking through the rest of the steps needed to complete the integrated report process. My team heads up the tasks needed to lead the integrated report through the adoption process. So the state board started administering the public process for the regional board starting with the 2022 integrated report. As some of you may know, we implement in California the rotating basin approach, meaning that we have some regions that are on cycle, we conduct on cycle assessments for those regions, and other regions have the option to conduct off cycle assessments. So we plan on administering the public process of the State Water Board until further notice indefinitely. Previously, each regional board would take their portion of the integrated report and do a separate regional board action before taking it to the State Board for consideration. We solicit comments on the 303D portion of the integrated report specifically because that is the section of the 303D report that is approved by the State Water Board and also approved by the US EPA. We released the draft 303D list and associated staff report and all the attachments, the water body fact sheets, and everything that goes along with it for a minimum 45-day public comment period. We would like potentially in the future to release it for longer if we are able to fit that into our schedule to get these in on time. It's a really long report, but for now, 45 days is what we're rolling with. The close, I want to also note that although the State Board is administering the public process for the integrated report, we work closely with the regional boards to develop all the resources necessary in order to develop the report, including all the lines of evidence, the decisions, and developing the staff report, and even leading the, incorporating the public meetings and things like that. So we're working hand in hand. And then also, at the close of the comment period, we work closely with the regional board staff to develop response to comments and make any changes to listing recommendations as appropriate. Next slide. So once the State Water Board has approved the integrated report, then we prepare it for submittal to US EPA, which is what I mentioned earlier, is due by April 1st of each even numbered year. In order to submit to US EPA, we need to prep the data and information to translate it to the federal online system called the Assessment Total Maximum Daily Load Tracking and Implementation System, or ATTAINS. Once it's submitted to US EPA, they have 30 days to review our report. And during this time, the US EPA can challenge any of the listings that we recommend. And this could result in what we call an overlisting if they didn't agree with some of the assessment methodology we applied, or if they don't think we assessed all readily available data. Next slide. This slide goes over briefly, just shows that we're working on different cycles at the same time. Working on concurrent cycles is one way that we, are working towards continuing to submit the integrated report on time. As Lori mentioned, the 2022 integrated report is the current integrated report and was approved earlier this year by US EPA. We are actively making decisions for the 2024 integrated report. The regions that are on cycle are listed there, and there are also a few regions that are conducting off-cycle assessments. And then the data solicitation period for the 2026 integrated report will be closing next month, October 21st. And then once the data solicitation period ends, then we'll start working through the quality assurance and the organization of the data that's submitted for that report. And that's all I have. I was going to mention, Lori, I think next we're going to go through some online resources and some spatial resources. Do you think it's a good time to get questions now? The good break?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have questions so far?
Let's break now for questions.
I have an easy question. Sorry, thank you. Mark Cady, California Department of Food and Agriculture. And on this table right here, the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River are listed in consecutive boxes. Those are off cycle then? Because this Central Valley is just completed, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for allowing us to clarify that, definitely. So in the 2022 integrated report, Sacramento Region 5 assessed data for the Central Valley as a whole. And because that's such a large amount of space and data, they're now going to be breaking it up into the subbasins. And so each integrated report, they will be assessing a subset of their data. Go ahead.
This is Peter Vroom. Just curious, he said there's a 30-day review for EPA. That doesn't seem like a very long period of time. Do they actually come back with a lot of comments usually?
Well, the 2022 report was the first one that I was a part of gaining the US EPA approval, and it did take them a little bit longer than 30 days to get back to us. And we didn't, their review didn't result in any overlistings. They accepted our integrated report. Lori, do you have anything to say about?
Yeah, that was the same. I was the same experience with the 2018 cycle, which I started on. They took a little bit longer than 30 days, and they didn't come back to us with any overlistings for that cycle. They have in the past. They have in prior cycles. So it's
also
kind of
work closely with EPA throughout the process, so they know what's going on ahead of time. They know what to expect when the report comes to them. So, yeah, 30 days is quick for that amount of data, but at the same time, they've already seen the preview.
That is correct.
This is Brian Lawrence, and I had a quick question. So as far as coordination with the regional boards, like, do they have an explicit comment period back to you, or are you working with them kind of throughout the whole process? Like, what's their sort of day-to-day involvement? Or
We're working with them throughout the whole process from the very beginning. At the data solicitation process, they review the data. We're kind of working hand in hand, and I think Anna Maria is going to talk about some of the work she's been doing with her unit to improve that coordination. But it's all the way through. What we used to do, it used to be that the regional boards, each region would go to their individual regional board and have the regions approve the list, and then we send it to us at state board, and then we would compile that, take it to the state board, have the state board approve it, and then submit to EPA. So we've combined those two processes for now and for the foreseeable future. We only we work with the regional boards. We combine the list as a statewide list, take it to the state board for adoption.
Just to be clear, the regional boards are doing the data assessment. They're actively working with our staff to do that assessment throughout. So it's not as if we're compiling things and here, what do you think of our assessment? They are doing it with us so that it's more of a collaboration. It's not a separate process.
yeah, maybe we'll get to that later with the technical tools approach too. But so you're saying that they run their analysis with tool sets and common tool sets that you guys have developed and feed that back to you. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We kind of set the stage for them. We write the lines of evidence for them, and then we upload it to our database. And Jacob Kaplan will talk about this a little bit too. We upload it to the database, and they actually make the decisions, but in consultation with us. I mean, it's a collaboration.
This is Lorian Frono, POTW community. So what kind of entities are submitting data when you put out the public request? Do you have a sense of the preponderance of different types?
We get data the bulk of our data is from CEDN. And so it's anybody who's required to submit their data to CEDN through a permit. A lot of our data is from the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program. So collected by the water boards, the various programs we have within SWAMP. Watershed groups will also submit data to CEDN. And then, as I said, if it's a permit requirement to submit data to CEDN, we will get that data as well. There are isolated cases where like certain agencies have submitted continuous monitoring data through our upload portal and different data sets like that.
Hi, this is Jared Voskel on behalf of CASA. I'm just a member of the public today. Going back to Steve Weisberg's initial question about the categories, I was curious, who defines those categories or who sets them? Are they amendable? And I think I recall during the January adoption hearing this past year, there was a discussion between board members and stakeholders about some of those categories being expanded for different kind of scenarios. And I didn't know if that had been something that had been considered for this listing cycle. And sorry, one last thing. What is the connection between those categories and the listing decision or the determination to list it or not to list it? Are only certain categories actually a determination's reached on them, or are all categories considered in making a decision?
I can give you like a process answer and take a stab at the discussion that happened at the board meeting. So procedurally, the categories are assigned to an entire water body in our database. So once all the decisions are completed, so there may be decisions for more than one pollutant, right? You may end up, let's say we assess 5 different pollutants from that water body. 3 of them turn out to be listings, so we'll have 3 impairments. Once those are completed, we kind of press a button in our database and it assigns the categories to those water bodies. And the category logic is based off of the definitions that I showed on the board. They're similar to EPA's categories. They were modified slightly in the 14-16 report, and I think Nick could probably talk a little bit more about that. He was there at the time. And then we have had some discussions, and I guess we're discussing internally about revising those categories. And I think that's something that would possibly come out in the 2024 staff report. But
Yeah, I think just a little bit, just for everyone's knowledge, at the adoption meeting for the 2022 integrated report, there was comments from stakeholders about if we are able to amend the condition categories, there's a couple instances that would apply to. And we have been talking with our counterparts at US EPA and to kind of get their advice and see what other states are doing with this, but we don't have any plans right now for 2024. If we do change the condition categories, then we would need to see how we would implement that in our database and how it would affect all the current listings that we have and how it would apply all over. So while they are amendable, it's probably going to be a lot more work to be able to do it. And we're going to be able to do it in a short amount of time, unfortunately.
Let's just be clear, that's a rulemaking that we're talking about. We would be changing the listing policy as part of that process. And so there are other things that we also are considering as things that may need to be changed there. So that's why it's not a trivial, we'll just change the categories in our database and move on. That's not how it works.
Did we answer all your questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well, and then only 4 and 5 actually are 303D listings, right? Categories 4 and 5.
Right.
1, 2, and 3 are not on the 303D list.
correct. There can be more. The thing about the categories is that it's a water body level, so there may be more than one listing within that water body. So
I have a question about what the actual sort of, oh, I'm sorry, Andrew Alstroke with Division of Drinking Water. I'm actually sort of asking this question, I think, based on when I was at the regional board more, but what are the actual kind of requirements for the data quality and the analysis? Because obviously that, looking when you had your bar graph up there, I mean, that takes what, 2 years-ish of the process. And I know we're going to talk about process improvements later on, but I'm just to kind of like tee that up. Are you able to like briefly explain what the requirements are and kind of why that it takes that length of time to get through them?
yeah, it doesn't take 2 years to review data for quality. There's a lot of other work that goes on during that process, and that's just part of, we're assembling the data, we're making sure everything's formatted correctly, sharing with the regional boards. So the 2 ways that we look at quality, kind of the historical way and the standard ways to compare is to ensure that the data is supported by a quality assurance project plan. And so then, Lisa is having long memories about this because, for each data set, we need to review the quality, the QAP associated with the data set, make sure it's accurate, make sure that the data were collected within the time period of the QAP. So that's one step. And then we have another, we've added on in the past few years, we've added on, an even finer review process where we worked with Melissa Morris in the Office of Information Management and Analysis, and she helped us develop a tool that looks at the QC codes that come in with the data, right? J flags and that sort of thing. And not just that, but lots of other things, about the data based on her knowledge. And it, really we run each data point through those, that automated tool, and it kind of bends the data into good quality, like tier 1, or tier 2 would be needs more review. It kind of bends the data for us, and then we share that information with the regions, and then they go through and determine, double check that and agree with that. So there's kind of two steps there to review data for quality. We're working very closely with the State Board QA officer, Andrew Hamilton. He's reviewing our current screening tools. We're always kind of reviewing those, but that is an area that we've identified that we could work with the council on, is to review those tools, or maybe come up with something even more streamlined, or a different way to look at the data to help review quality.
Cedric, go ahead. Online, hold on.
Thanks, everyone. Grant Sharp, representing regulated stormwater community. Lori, I had a question with respect to the process of reviewing water bodies and looking at the response to comments on the 2020-2022 integrated report. It seemed that for some of the decisions, staff were not able to determine with certainty whether or not the water body was a water of the U.S. or not, and whether or not, in fact, the beneficial use would apply to that specific water body. Can you maybe talk a little bit about what that process is, or what's involved in that process in terms of looking at the water body from a standpoint of, does the Clean Water Act apply to it or not, and whether or not it's in fact water of the U.S. or not?
I'll take a stab at that. And I think Anna Maria worked on this a little bit. So for the most part, it's a little bit of a moving target. Is it covered under the Clean Water Act or not? And so we start with the data that we get, the sample location, and we draw a line or a if it's a lake, we draw a polygon around it, and we map that water body. There are some instances. It's very rare to get data from a wetland or a completely constructed ag drain, and so then but we do have a process for flagging those locations, as we're mapping, and we work very closely with the regional board. So they, if there's a question, they review every single water body that we map. And sometimes they'll flag it as, this may not be covered under the Clean Water Act. It may not be, a water of the U.S. It's more of on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah,
but it is difficult. Yeah,
I can add a little bit more context. With the last cycle, we were operating under the rule under the previous administration, right? And there was a lot of water bodies that were excluded. So the Central Valley Regional Board, came up with a list where they weren't sure that if it was a water of the U.S. or not. And I think, to make it clear, though, we're not the ones that make jurisdictional determinations. That's the feds. So we're, we were going with what the regional board recommended that we did in that instance. I hope that helps.
Steve Weisberg. Lori, can you go back to a slide? You had a wonderful slide there that had a bar chart of all the different type of constituents and how often they were problematic. That one right there. Yes, thank you.
Right.
And I'm impressed that pesticides, far more than anything else, chemicals in general, far more than anything else. And so what goes through my head is there's like maybe 4 possibilities. 1, we truly have more chemical problems than we have any other kind of problem. Possibility 2 is we just have more data around chemicals than others. Possibility 3 is we have more data of better quality. Possibility 4, we just have a good threshold for that, where it's harder to develop thresholds. Do you believe that this is a reflection of essentially chemistry being the biggest set of problems, or how do those other possibilities kind of scale?
I think there's truth in all of those possibilities. And I think we're driven by data, and so we have a lot of pesticide and organic data in our database. It's more likely that it's monitored and submitted to CDN than other data types. I mean, it's really hard to say because we're not sampling everything everywhere. So I think all of those possibilities are true.
But the reason I ask it is because our goal isn't to review your program as much as it is to figure out how we can help your program. And it seems to me that we can help by figuring out where there's not enough monitoring going or where the best places to monitor should be. It could be you have methods problems and therefore the data that's coming in just has poor data quality. It could be that you don't have interpretational thresholds and therefore you're hesitant to move on things. It could just be data flow, just you don't have the data management systems to get you the right data in the right way. So that's why I'm kind of trying to look at where could we be of the greatest help.
Yeah, I agree 100%. That would be, it's hard to say where there's bias, but there's probably bias just because of, we're limited to, one database. Our process, only sees a piece of the puzzle, and the more that we can expand out and reduce bias in our analysis, the better. I agree.
This Ray Heimstra. I'm the public member of the council, and going back to your last slide where it was showing the different phases and stuff like that. I found that very helpful. I personally deal with 5 regional boards, so knowing where things are in this process and making that clear to the public. I did a quick run through, and on the state board, it has the different phases, but it doesn't say comment period anticipated. And on the regional board sites, there's nothing. So at least on the one side, I was able to look. So I just think if that's, that would be very helpful to the public to be able to kind of plan ahead for those types of things.
That's an excellent point. And we are in the process of revamping our website and adding more detail to it. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have a demo for you for this meeting, but and one of Anna Maria's staff is actually working on it. Website overview.
But we hadn't had the suggestion though to make sure that the regional board websites are updated. So that's something that we can definitely bring up for next time we coordinate with them. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I jump in just really quickly and make sure that we're focused? This is not intended to be a stakeholder meeting about the integrated report and what's listed and not listed. This is intended to be a discussion of how we analyze data, how we collect data, how we ensure that it's comparable across the data sets that we receive. So let's try to focus in our questions on, we're a monitoring council. So let's focus in on the monitoring and data assessment components that we're hearing today. So just wanted to frame that a bit.
A shift to the couple of questions that are online. Cedric, go ahead.
Thank you. Cedric Twites here, Pacific Industries. A couple observations from the last integrated report round. There was a couple of listed water bodies in the Rock Creek and lower, that's Rock Creek and South Fork of Battle Creek listing. Some of the data that was used by very late in the process, used by the State Water Board, was supported by a QAPP that didn't appear to be reviewed adequately. And so we want to make sure that that kind of oversight is more carefully passed along. For example, the QAPP that supported some of this data that we found to be insufficient but was still utilized didn't have a signed QAPP, and it didn't have someone else certifying the document. So that was a failure, and we'd like to see that corrected. And then we noticed that there was about 30 different items on the QAPP checklist that were incomplete. So kind of what we might view as a bit of a failure from that perspective. So just some helpful feedback there, hopefully. And then we're interested in knowing more about how data is audited, the methodology for collecting the data, so that when it's submitted, you know, someone's checking to see whether or not the methodologies make sense. Because sometimes when data is collected by citizen scientists that aren't in a broader collaborative, they can't benefit from some of that expertise that people can bring to monitoring that you don't otherwise acquire unless you're a skilled scientist. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for bringing up those points. We review the QAPPs, and we also review the data for quality, as I mentioned, with our automated tools. We are always open to suggestions, and if there are, that's why we have the public process as well. I mean, if there are concerns with the CLAP that we're relying on to support our decision, we are more than willing to take a second look at that CLAP and make sure that it's up to speed, right? And I think that's
an observation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and an observation about the public report from this last go around. The listing spreadsheet was dismissive of this data initially, and that was what the draft staff report indicated. And then after the public comment period was closed, the state board unilaterally took made the decision to include it and then have the water bodies listed. And it closed the door on our ability to weigh in substantively to affect that decision. So that public process needs to be more carefully followed as well, so that we had no indication, and there was no indication from the state board prior to that state board meeting that indeed those water bodies were to be listed, because
Cedric, I just want to stop you. I just want to stop you there. That this is really the purpose of the meeting isn't to attack current listings or the listing processes that occurred at the water board. That opportunity is not here.
Apologies.
So, Paul.
Hey, good morning. Paul Bedore with Robertson Bryant Incorporated, and yeah, we've really benefited from being able to engage state water board staff in the 303 delisting process, and I appreciate all their hard work on it, because there's a lot of data. I think it'd be one of the more challenging aspects of implementing the policy is beyond the QA/QC. It's kind of determining is the data representative of impacts to beneficial uses. So in the Central Valley, we've got a lot of ephemeral water bodies that dry up seasonally. And so data can be collected when there's water present, but I think trying to tie the nexus between an exceedance when it occurs late in the season, right when a water body is drying up, we worked with you on some water bodies that were stagnating, and that's when the exceedances occurred for dissolved oxygen. It just took a higher level nuanced interpretation of whether or not that was really representative of impacts to the beneficial use aquatic life. And so I was wondering maybe if there is a place for the council to kind of engage in that level of interpretation.
I think that's, I mean, from my perspective, it would be helpful to have input from the council to help us kind of drill down into the details. We're sort of faced with a massive amount of data and a lot of work in a short period of time. And by definition, the integrated report is going to be a screening tool. We're never going to really be able to understand the site-specific conditions. We're screening the data. We're identifying, we're kicking out the data that is obviously of bad quality, and we're making the best decision that we can. The way we map our stations, we review for spatial and temporal representativeness. in the data. So, we have these checks in place. I'm happy to get any ideas or, advice on how we can tighten up our review, but without causing too much extra work. The next step, once a water body is listed, this is just the first part of the process. Once a water body is listed, it's prioritized for TMDL development. That entails a much more comprehensive review at the site-specific level to really characterize the problem. So I think by definition, we're always going to be, we're going to miss stuff. We're going to miss stuff both ways. We're going to have false positives and false negatives to some extent. But, to the extent that we can find those key points in the process that would make our tools more accurate, I would, love to get input from people and help. I don't know if that answered your question, Paul.
I think it's a hard question to answer, and like you said, there's so much data, and it's the assessment needs to move on to higher level characterization, and maybe that's taken out of the assessment process. So, but again.
So I think we should probably move on.
Yeah.
And keep pressing on, and we'll have time for, hopefully, still have time for discussion at the end.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Just moving on. I built in a little bit of flexibility into my presentation here. I wanted to demo some of our online tools. I'm kind of getting the feeling based on the comments that we've received so far that, most of you are more interested in process than kind of what we have out here. So I will just be very brief and wrap this up before lunch. What I'm going to try to do now is share my screen. Okay, let's see if this works. We practice this. There.
I actually think this is the most important part for the council to engage on, if I'm being honest. So
Okay.
Dive in.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do here is, show you how to find information so you can drill down and, learn more at the water body specific level or at the decision level. There's a lot of information on our website. It's a very complex process, a lot of data, and a lot goes on behind the scenes. So I wanted to give you an idea of what we have available. Okay, is this working? Okay, sorry. So everything starts with our website. This is our main page. So what I'm showing here, what I'm sharing, the screen that I'm sharing right now, this is our kind of main page, the central location for all things integrated report. We've updated a little bit, but we have big plans for revising this and making it even more user-friendly. It's looking different on my screen. So there's boxes here for more information, background information on the assessment process. We have a section here on data solicitation. If if you want to see the most recent data solicitation notice and read through the instructions on how to submit data, and of course, a link to related programs. But what I really want to highlight here is this box laying out the integrated report cycles. And as we mentioned, we work on multiple cycles concurrently. You can see from this box that both the 2026 and the 2024 integrated report are in progress, and Anna Maria kind of gave you a little bit more detail about that, and a great suggestion to put that additional detail on our website and make it available to the public. So currently, but the current integrated report, there are a lot of resources about the 303D list, which water bodies are listed, where they're located, lines of evidence, all of that. That information can be found in this website, in this page, which is the 2020-2022 integrated report page. If you click on that, again, we have big plans to reorganize this. Right now, it's organized the way it was for the public process, and so it's sort of a laundry list of documents that we took to the state board earlier this year. But there are some resources that I'd like to highlight here that can maybe of use to you. The first one is the actual 303D list. The Excel file of 303D listings is in Appendix A. Appendix A, I'm going to see. This is what it looks like. Is it working? It's just showing that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I won't try to show that. So it's only showing the table. Okay.
Browser, you can stop it and share it.
Try the whole thing. Thanks. Share screen. Oh, yeah, I can pick the Excel file. Okay. Let's try. Thank you. So this is what the Excel file looks like. This is the actual, well, it is the 303D list. The official list is in our database, but this is an output from our database. So that here are the 3,000 plus listings. This is at the decision level. So each row is a water body pollutant decision. There's lots of, if you want to filter the list for a certain pollutant or pollutant category or a region, it's all available here. We also added we have a definition page, which explains, kind of gives a definition for each of the column headings. If you are kind of scrolling through this and want to know, what is the TMDL requirement status? All of that stuff is defined in this spreadsheet. So this is kind of the one-stop shop for listings, if you're concerned about listings. So I'm going to do this little thing. The next, yeah. I lost it again. Okay, thank you. Share screen. This is much easier when you have two monitors and you're working from home. Sorry, this is the first time I've done an in-person presentation in quite a while, so bear with me. So the next kind of resource that I find very helpful, that others may find helpful, and I mentioned, is the statewide water body fact sheets, and those are located in Appendix B and B1 of the integrated of the 2022 integrated report of the staff report. Sorry. The fact sheets look like this. We have two versions. We have an HTML version and an Excel version. This is the HTML version. It's on our website. You can scroll down, and it's kind of organized by regional water board, and then organized by water body, and then the sub bullets under each water body are the decisions. So you can see here, like in region 1, there are 2 decisions in the Eel River, that sort of thing. It's all out there. It's available. It's a little bit hard to navigate. We've had some comments from the public that it's difficult to find the information. So we compiled all of that information into an Excel file. I'm not going to try to show it, but all of the information that is there in Excel, we have a data dictionary that explains, kind of defines each column. It's easier to filter. It's easier to download and review, and it includes all of the line of evidence information. So there's many rows. So there's a row for each line of evidence. There's a lot of information there, and if you are interested and if you have any questions about it, happy to hear, happy to help you. Just send me an email. Great, but the last resource that I want to show to you all, which I think is the most exciting and I find the most useful, is our interactive map. We have a link on our website. I apologize. I'm scrolling too fast. So this is the 2020-2022 standalone page. This first box is all the resources that we use to, including the staff report that we took to the state board. If you scroll down to the bottom of that box, we have a link to the mapping visualization tool for the 2022 integrated report. We will soon put this in a much more prominent location on our website, but this is what it looks like. So the first, you click on that link, and the first one you get to, this is the web service where you can find metadata about the application. You can download the layers, you can link to it. So there's a lot of information here. The fun part is when you click on the view application box, and there's our map. Click the disclaimer. What? All right, is it showing up? Cool. All right, so this is our map, and it's, you know, your standard Esri portal map. You can zoom in and out. You can click on a water body. On this upper right-hand side, there's a lot of, you know, information about the map. If you click on the little eye icon, you know, there's an explanation of the different layers, and there's some information on how to use the map. Click on the next little icon over. It brings up a legend. Pretty simple. We have lines and polygons. The light green water bodies are not listed, and the darker green indicates water bodies where there is at least one listing. The next little panel here is the list of layers. You can toggle them on and off. So for example, the regional board boundaries, you can toggle on and off. It probably takes a little bit, yeah, there it goes. Takes a little bit of time to draw the boundaries. To kind of show you, if you only want to see the lines, which would be, you know, streams, rivers, you can click that. If you only want to see the polygons, lakes, area, bays, and some coastal locations, you can click that. So this is a good way to toggle on and off for the different layers. And then this final little icon here, if you want to change the base map, if you're really zoomed in and you want to look at the satellite imagery, there's lots of different options here as well. So that's just sort of a basic overview of the features within the map. I'm getting there. We have a search bar where you can search for a water body name. Search for Tahoe. Tahoe Lake. So you can search for your water body of interest, and it will zoom to that water body. There's a little pop-up window. It's coming up strangely on my computer. But each one of these water body features has more information associated with it through the map. So if you
Well, luckily, only half of Lake Tahoe.
yeah, over in Nevada, you know, it's fine. That's a good observation.
But do you make co-listing decisions with the state of Nevada?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we coordinate with them. So there's a pop-up window, which is displaying in a very strange way. Of course, it doesn't usually display this way, but every water body has associated information. If you click on the water body, you get the pop-up window with the name of the water body ID, which is, you know, kind of helps you search through our database for it, information about the size and the location and the category. It tells you if it's listed or not listed. So Tahoe is listed, and then it gives you the pollutants that it is listed for, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sedimentation. And then in parentheses, these numbers here, those are the decision IDs. So each decision that we make has its own unique ID. And this helps you to cross-reference the decision ID through our many documents. There's also a link in each one of these. If you want to drill down to more information, there's a link to the actual fact sheet, which is posted on our website for that water body. And then, you know, it's the same format here where you can, each green row indicates a new decision. We have the ID, the water body name, information about the pollutant, the decision language, which is, you know, where we've documented our conclusion after reviewing all of the lines of evidence. We write a conclusion, and then scrolling down even more, each line of evidence that has been relied upon or contributes to that decision is also listed here with more information. Each line of evidence also has its own ID, pollutant, samples and exceedances, the QAP that was used, lots of information here. So that's sort of what I wanted to demo about the map. Just that, this information is out there, it's available. It's pretty easy to drill down and find the information through our map interface. We're currently in the process of kind of revamping our website so that it'll be easier to find, looking to the Monitoring Council for the portals and kind of that process, from, kind of making things a little bit more, making our data and information more easily accessible and available. I think I'm going to stop sharing after that. So. Any questions or comments, observations?
This is Ray Heimstra, the public member. I just want to say that, I use that all the time. And I have dug down through all those layers, and I've sent hundreds of interns doing the same thing. So in case of, you're wondering if anybody ever looks at that stuff, we do. And, I said, I've found it really, really helpful.
Well,
I think the main thing, it was funny because for me, it's all about 303D list. I never call it the integrated report. And for you, it's all about the IR. But anyway, that data is really helpful. And if anybody hasn't dug down there, there's a lot there.
Well, hopefully we'll make your intern's job a lot easier in the future. We can reformat the data, make it easier to download. But I'm happy to hear that you found it useful. These slides here were just backup slides in case the demo didn't work. So we can scroll through those. And here we can pause for questions.
Steve Weisberg. First off, the tool, great tool. I mean, you all should be commended on that. But if you could put that picture back up, the one that has the map, not the Tahoe one, the one that has the state.
The entire state.
That one's fine right there.
Yeah.
Kind of going back to the history of the Monitoring Council. When we first got started, we had a picture. It was in red at the time, but we had a picture very much like this. And we didn't view it as a problem with the listing process. We viewed it as a problem with the monitoring processes, that the areas that have the least population density have the greatest number of listing. It's possible that that's real. But when we got started as a monitoring council, we tried to dissected that and realized we didn't believe it was real. It was a function of availability of data. It was a function of assessment process. And I look at this as kind of the integration of all the things that we as a monitoring council should be doing. And yet we still have the solid green there, where the other parts of the state are not as green, even though they have a much greater population density. So would you care to give some insights as to why that's still the case? Maybe it's real.
Yeah.
And then more importantly, again, in the context, I really do want to keep coming back to what Karen said, not how do we critique the 303D process, but how do we critique the underlying monitoring data enterprise that gets us there?
And that's a very good point that you, this, what you're pointing out is that the North Coast region, Region 1, when you zoom out to the entire state, there's just this blob of green in this case, but also red that indicates impairment. In this case, it's really a function of the way that they mapped their water bodies. And so the North Coast region mapped all the way up to their tributaries. So when they mapped on a watershed basis, and then they mapped all the way up to the tributaries. So they have more miles of stream mapped than other regions. Other regions, kind of interpreted the spatial representativeness approach a little bit differently. And, the standard approach is to map where we have stations, right? So if we have 3 sampling stations along a segment of river, we map that as just that segment, and not, and don't continue on up into the tributaries. So it's really a function of the mapping procedures. And I think that there are lots of ways that that we can standardize our approach to mapping statewide, and that would kind of eliminate that blob.
Are those things that you all take care of within your program, or are those things you need council help with?
We would, yeah, I mean, we could use some insight and I mean, happy to talk with you about ways that we can standardize our mapping approach. A lot of it would be kind of going back to the database and revamping what has been done in the past. And it could be pretty difficult because there are older maps and older data. And in some cases, we don't know where the sampling location was if it's a lot older data. But I mean, yeah, there is an opportunity for input from the council. We'd love to hear like kind of rule of thumb for the best way to map. When you have stations, what's the best way to determine a representative portion of your water body based on the sampling stations that you have? Nick was going to say something.
I was just going to say that, yeah, it's a function of the North Coast Regional Water Board assessing on a watershed scale early on. And Rebecca Fitzgerald, who's now the section chief that has the IR underneath her, could speak more about this when she was program at Region 1. Untying that sort of just strategic mistake is difficult because you have to resegment those water bodies and, like as Lori was mentioning, back and try to go from the Russian River watershed into the actual segmentation of it is a huge lift for a really small region. So if there were ways to use data science to help them untease that out, I think that would be really helpful if the council had resources to do that, because when I'm talking to the region, they just like, we can't have the skill set or the resources to, and they've slowly been doing it, trying to segment their water body as the new mapping tools has been put into place over the last few cycles. But it was definitely one of the cleanest areas. That looks like one of the worst areas. Yeah, thing we have to explain constantly.
Right.
It's just a resource issue. They just need more time to do it. Then that's not a council issue. On the other hand, if they philosophically are essentially defining what a sample represents differently than the other regions are, or we're doing it differently within the water board than we're doing within Fish and Wildlife, then that seems like a perfect council activity.
Yeah, I think at the time, the regions were kind of operating more autonomously, and policy came into effect in 2004 and things started to get more standardized. That's when things started to be more cohesive and standardized. But Region 1 had already made this gone far down this road. And again, even undoing it back then when we didn't have a lot of this technology that we do now seemed insurmountable, and they just couldn't do it, or yeah.
Grant Sharp, Lori and Anna Maria, I just want to thank you both. Great presentation. And these are, I think, just I want to follow up on what Ray said. These are resources we use all the time. They're great. They're wonderful. And being able to connect everything is so helpful to be able to connect all the dots on everything. Just kind of following up on a comment Steve, or a question Steve had asked, could you maybe go back to the bar graph that shows the distribution of the different pollutant categories? So when I see that, I think, I immediately start to ask a lot of questions, and questions like, how can the council maybe help answer some of the questions associated with a data product like this, a data visualization like this. And I don't know, just one suggestion I would have is maybe this is an area where we can crowdsource some help, and it would be great. I would think it, future data symposium, and maybe as part of the data challenge, have, challenge all those wonderful data scientists out there, maybe to dive into some of this data and help answer questions like Steve just asked. Why are pesticides and other toxic organics the single greatest pollutant category in terms of 303 delistings? I mean, I look at this and I have a lot of other questions too, and it would be I think in the council's wheelhouse to maybe ask the, data scientists out there to help answer some of those questions. Anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
Well, we'll go back to that question. I think that was an interesting question. I think he hit on two of the kind of easier low hanging fruit answers. It's the CTR is focused on these constituents. So they are federally promulgated standards that apply statewide across regions. There's no inconsistencies, while some of these others, like nutrients and otherwise, are basin plan by basin plan, and they're a little different. And because they're relatively easy to sample for in a grab sample. And so they've been sampled for the longest period of time. And thirdly, the way the listing policy and the binomial distribution is designed for a toxic pollutant like a metal or a pesticide, you need as little as 2 exceedances to be listed. So that's going to increase your probability of being listed based on a few samples. I will say that there are a lot of TMDLs for metals and pesticides in place. So I think that some of these are being addressed, but the listing policy also it's harder to get delisted for good reason in many cases. But for some of the the conventional pollutants, as the listing policy describes them, you need more exceedances than you would for a toxic pollutant, because toxics are toxic. So there's some reasoning behind it, but those are 3 reasons that popped into my head when you asked that question.
Yeah, that's great. I totally agree with that. I think you're right. If it's a toxicants, they're easier to get. It's easier to list for a toxicant because of the test that we use, and it was designed that way, and that's what the listing policy says. I think with the data symposium and the data challenge, it would be really interesting, and I'm going to talk about this in kind of our wrapping up slide, but it would be really interesting to see what other databases have, what types of data other databases have that we can't get to because our tools don't connect very well to the DWR, Department of Water Resources, or California Department of Pesticide Regulation, or CDF, Fish and Wildlife. And this is one of the big challenges that we have, is that our tools are designed to work with CEDN, and that has helped us. That has been, that was a game changer, back when Nick was working on the listing policy, because that helped us to standardize our approach, assess more data, and do it more consistently. But we really are, very limited. It's very difficult to reach out to other databases. So a data science guru who could come up with some creative ideas for assessing the data the way we assess data would be very welcome.
Nick, should we do a time check or?
Some more questions. There's no questions online, and we are at time for a lunch break. So we are, I think, behind schedule, I would imagine. What were you envisioning to get done?
I thought we'd get through Lisa's presentation. Okay.
So I have 40.
We have 2 more presentations and then a discussion. But
So I had 45 minutes for lunch. If you guys are willing to try to go as fast as you can to get back here before 12:45, I think that would be helpful in respect of Jay and Anna's time and the item following this. We don't need to talk about next meeting. We can do that offline about ideas, so we don't have to worry about that. But I think it'd be great to take a break. Probably people need to use the restroom and also to get something to eat and then come back. So if you can get here faster than 45 minutes, that'd be great.
We'll launch into the next presentation at 12:45. I think that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
So let's do it.
If earlier, great. Yeah.
There's some relatively quick delicatessen sandwich shops on J Street. If you go up to J and make a left, highly recommend. Tony's is first if you get there, but if there's a line, keep going down the street, and I can't remember the name. It starts with a P. There's another sandwich shop down further there. So good ones. There's a falafel that's also open, Euro shop on J and 10th.
The Thai food place is really good
Thai
too.
food place
Yeah.
is relatively quick, although I'm not sure if you can get back in 45 minutes or
Yeah,
less.
maybe not.
And then there's G Street, also a sandwich spot. So go forth and grab food.
If you can, yeah, but I mean, I think that most people will try. I'll stay in here, yeah.
Yeah, we're all breathing.
I mean, if all right, welcome back, everybody. Turn that off. Hope you had a good lunch. It's my life still. Our next speaker, do you want to introduce Lisa? Roy? Okay. Next speaker up is Lisa Holmes from the assessment unit at the Water Board.
Hi, everyone.
You're good.
That's right. Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name's, and it's still. Okay, let's try this again. Much better. Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Holmes, and I work for Lori in the Tools and Support Unit and the Surface Water Quality Assessment Unit. And I'm going to give a very high-level overview of the listing policy and our assessment methodology. Next slide, please. So here's an image of our listing policy on the right-hand side, and there's a link to the website where the listing policy resides. This is the Water Quality Control Policy for developing California's Clean Water Act, Section 303D list. And the purpose of this is to establish a standard approach for development of the 303D list. And it includes information on our assessment process, our listing and delisting factors, and the administrative process. It was adopted in 2004 and amended in 2015. Next slide, please. So this is the real high-level overview. The nutshell of our process is in section 6.1 and 6.3, and I'll just go over those really quick. So section 6.1 is the process for evaluation of readily available data and information. 6.11 is that contains the definition of readily available data and information, and this is mainly data that is housed in CEDN. 6.1.2 is administration of the listing process, and this highlights our data solicitation process and the fact sheets, which Lori actually showed you some of the fact sheets on the website earlier. 6.1 or 6.1.3 is the evaluation guideline selection process. I'll talk a little bit more of that later. 6.1.4 is the data quality process. And this outlines elements required for data to be considered high quality, and it contains things like objectives of the study, sample collection methods, and QAPPs. Next slide. So continuing, 6.1.5 is the data quantity assessment process. And this is really something that we consider constantly as we're working on our assessments. And it includes information and guidance on spatial representation. So sampling should represent the water body, temporal representation, which includes points that we should, sampling should be conducted when the pollutant is expected to exceed, aggregation of data, and that contains information on how we segregate our water bodies. In general, we use the water bodies as they're segregated in the basin plans. It includes information on quantitation of chemical concentrations, and that's something like the reporting limit, which is something we need in order to assess the data. It includes information on evaluation of data consistent with the objective criteria and evaluation guideline. An example of that is if we're using CTR chronic criteria, we need to use a 4-day averaging period for the data. It also includes information on the binomial model statistical evaluation, and these are the binomial tables that we use when we look at samples and exceedances. Next slide, please. So there are certain listing factors that we look at when we are making a decision to list a water body. There are also delisting factors. And so section 3.1 through 3.11 is an overview of the listing factors that we can use for listing a water body. And these are toxicants in water, conventional other pollutants, such as bacteria or oxygen, bacteria, health advisories, such as fish advisories, bioaccumulation and aquatic life tissue. These are the tissue samples, water sediment toxicity, nuisance, and these can be nutrient related or other types. Nutrient related would be something like algae, while other types are taste and odor. Next slide, please. The remaining listing factors are adverse biological response, degradation of biological populations and communities, which we use bioassessment data to assess for that, trends in water quality, and situation-specific weight of evidence. And so these are all factors that we can list a water body for. And then these are also the same factors we use for delisting a water body. So if we list a water body for degradation of biological populations and communities, we will have to delist that water body for degradation of biological populations and communities. Next slide, please. So here are the binomial tables that are contained within the listing policy. And table 3.1 is for toxicants. Table 3.2 is used for conventional / other pollutants. So in table 3.1 for toxicants, it provides us with sample sizes and the number of exceedances we use for listing. So for example, if we have a sample size of 2 to 24 and we have exceedances of at least 2 within that sample size, the water body would be listed. And so it's the same idea for table 3.2. If you have a sample size of 5 to 30, you would list if the exceedances are equal to or greater than 5. Next slide, please. So in order to delist, you would use tables 4.1 for toxicants and 4.2. So if you listed a toxicant using table 3.1, once that is listed on, or once the water body is listed, then we would need to look at table 4.1 in order to delist that water body for the toxicant. And so if the samples that exceed are less than or equal to 2, but our sample size is 28 to 36, then we can delist. And it's the same idea for table 4.2 for conventionals and others. Next slide, please. Okay, so that kind of ends my high-level overview of the listing policy and how we use that in our assessments. So these next 5 or 6 slides are just to review our assessment methodology, and this is also very high level. So in a nutshell, and this is also once we've gone through the QA review. So we've gone through the QA review. We have the data. So we select the data to assess. Then we need to associate the data with the water body. We need to, once we've done that, we need to determine what the applicable beneficial use and objective is. Next step is to determine the threshold for the beneficial use, objective, and matrix. Next, we compare the threshold with the data results. We apply the listing policy, the tables, table 3.1, 3.2, whichever we are applying for that water body. And then we determine whether to list or delist based on comparing our samples and exceedances with the binomial tables. Next slide, please. So in the next few slides, I'm just going to go over quickly some definitions and some examples. So for beneficial use, that is a use that's determined to be applicable to a water body and should be protected. And the beneficial uses are in the regional board basin plans. And some examples include municipal and domestic supply, agricultural supply, water contact recreation, cold water fresh habitat, and there are many others. Next slide. Objective. The objective is a threshold determined to be protective of a beneficial use. Objectives are also in the regional board basin plans and statewide plans. And examples include site-specific objectives, numeric objectives, and narrative objectives. An example of a narrative objective is something that is written to say no toxics and toxic amounts. And since this is narrative, it doesn't provide us with a number that we can use for assessing data. So that requires us to select an evaluation guideline to provide a threshold for comparison with the data. Next slide, please. And then matrix. These are the matrices for which thresholds are selected: water, sediment, and tissue. So we assess data for all three of these matrices. Next slide, please. Threshold selection. So thresholds are selected according to the beneficial use, the objective type, whether it's narrative or numeric, and the matrix. And generally, we select the thresholds in the following order. Number 1 is basin plan site-specific objectives. Number 2, statewide plans if superseding a basin plan. Number 3, basin plan numeric objectives. 4 is the California Toxics Rule, which is promulgated US EPA criteria. And 5 is the basin plan narrative objective. And like I mentioned a second ago, we have to select the evaluation guideline in order to assess a narrative objective. Next slide, please. So evaluation guidelines. There are many sources that we can use for thresholds, and these include the US EPA 304A criteria, US EPA health advisories, California drinking water regulations, and health advisories, such as the maximum contaminant levels, the US EPA integrated risk information system, which I think most everyone calls IRIS, sediment quality guidelines, and tissue guidelines. And currently we use the modified OWIHA fish contaminant goals to assess our tissue data. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, this is our data assessment process again. So 1, we determine the section of the listing policy to apply to the water body. We have our listing factors I mentioned earlier, and also the delisting factors. We compare our threshold with the data. We determine samples and exceedances and compare with the appropriate binomial table, either table 3.1 or 4.1 or table 3.2 or 4.2, and then we make the determination whether to list or delist the water body from the 303D list. Next slide. Questions. I don't know if we have time for questions now, so I'm not sure.
Are there any general questions in the room just on the overall process for assessment methodology?
Just a real quick one on the narrative objectives. That's got to be tough. I mean, because, it's always nice when you got, numerics or, I know you said, I just wonder how that's, and that might be something the council can help. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, I know one thing where we do or really could probably use some help are thresholds for sediment. Especially with the sediment quality objectives that we'll be employing in the future. It would probably be good to have more sediment thresholds. That's the first thing that comes to my mind.
Hi, I'm Brian Lawrence. And just real quick, and sorry if I missed this, did you say with a 6.1.3 narrative objective list, how you selected those objective lists? Like was there a criteria or a process to select those sets?
Let me find. Where was that?
While she's looking for that, I think
Yeah.
what I'm hearing is you're asking, is there a process for selecting an evaluation guideline when we have a narrative objective? Is that?
Yeah, I guess just how did that list come about?
Oh, the
Yeah.
list. Oh, I think she's.
That you showed. Thanks.
Yeah, so we do have a process we go through when we're selecting evaluation guidelines. And it's generally, well, of course, the numeric objectives from the basin plans or any statewide plans. But when we have the narratives, we're looking at 304A criteria. So any date or any kind of threshold that's, defensible that we can use for assessing data. And so also that can be maximum contaminant levels or archived health advisories, just anything that's been through some type of review.
And there's guidance in the listing policy for what we're looking for. It has to be peer reviewed, and the listing policy kind of lays out the minimum requirements for an evaluation guideline.
Right, and that's in 6.1.3.
You remembered it.
Well, I'm looking at it right here.
I think we're okay with moving on. If next up, I think is Jacob, correct?
Jacob, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Cool, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Jacob Kaplan. Sorry I'm not there in person today. I happened to get my first cold in the last 2 years on Tuesday, so I'm going to keep you safe from my germs. But anyway, please bear with me as I sort of sniffle my way through this. So I'm an environmental scientist under Lori Weber in the Assessment Tools and Support Unit. I spend most of my time working on tools to sort of improve the efficiency of our data assessment processes. So I'll be talking about a few of those tools today. Next slide. In order to, I think, better understand the tools we use, I think you first need to understand how data flows through our process. And so this, on the left, you can see this flow chart of how data moves from the solicitation period all the way through to the integrated report. So we get our readily available data. That would be the result of the solicitation period. The data then moves into the assessment process, or the writing of lines of evidence that Lori talked about earlier. And the data is either run through one of our tools called RELIP, that I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, or it's a manual assessment. And once we've finished all of our assessments, they are then loaded into CalWACA, which is where we make our decisions. And once we've made all of our decisions, then we can finally write the integrated report, which results in what the map that you see on the right that Lori also showed earlier, which is sort of the final result of the integrated report, which is all of the water body categories for the water bodies in the state. Next slide, please. So what is RELIP? RELIP stands for R-based line of evidence processor. And basically, it's a system of cataloging our assessment methods such that we can precisely reproduce them every time. It's a series of R scripts divided up into 5 different modules. Each module specializes in a different type of assessment. So there's water, sediment, tissue, bacteria, and toxicity. It's growing all the time, but currently is about 9,000 lines of code. In R, which is a programming language, about, that's weird, sorry, 1 second, the screen went away. Sorry, about 20 lookup tables, and all that stitches together to do about 30 different assessment types. Next slide, please. So to understand better how RELIP works on a practical basis, I figured I would kind of walk everybody through a simple hypothetical assessment that we might run into. So this is a row of data that we might receive during the solicitation period. It was collected at station code REAL 35 for bifenthrin in sediment, and the result was 0.5 micrograms per kilogram. And it was collected on February 22nd, 2022. So does this data exceed the threshold? Well, it's sort of a trick question because it depends on a lot of different things. Next slide. So the main thing that it exceeds depends on is the threshold, but determining the threshold to apply it to depends on many different variables. So a key one being matrix, region, the units the data was collected in, the timing of other samples that were collected, etc. A lot of this is in the data itself, but some of it is information that we need to look up through other routes. Next slide, please. So the first thing we need to know in order to know what threshold to apply would be the beneficial uses that apply to the water body we collected the data in. And the way we do that is we use one of our tools called GeoWaka, which is the Geographic Water Quality Assessment System. And it is essentially a spatial layer of all of the water bodies as we map them for the integrated report. It also contains all of our beneficial use information. So the first step in our assessment process is to plot our station on a map on top of our all of our lines and polygons to determine which water body it falls on. So you can see on this map, this is GeoWaka on the right, and the blue dot is our station. Next slide. So if we zoom in, we can see the station falls on this green line, this water body, let's call it Real River, for example. So now we can look up what beneficial uses apply. Next slide, please. So we have our beneficial uses, and then we can compare that to our list of thresholds that we have, which is this green table on the bottom. You can see they're all for bifenthrin, sort of a snapshot. And so then we can compare the matching variables between the two tables to determine what thresholds apply to this row of data. Next slide, please. So you can see we have our beneficial uses that we pulled in our previous step. There's only one beneficial use that applies to bifenthrin, or one threshold that applies to bifenthrin that matches our water body. So we just have one assessment in this case. So, but before we can compare it to our threshold, we need to normalize the units, because if you notice, it's sort of hard to see here, but in the unit column, the units are actually different between the two. So next slide, please. So we have, before we can determine if our data exceeds, we need to pull in the organic carbon data that was collected from the same sample and OC normalize it. Next slide, please. So now we've finally OC normalized our data, and we can see, in fact, this sample exceeded the threshold for bifenthrin. Next slide. So that was kind of a lot of work, right? But we just assessed one row of data, and in the 2020 cycle, we received 4.5 million rows of data. And so we still have about 4.5 million rows of data to go. So you can see if we were doing all of this by hand, all manual assessments, it would be an incredibly time-consuming task. So also a lot of things that we did were not particularly difficult. It's sort of just looking up information, making sure it falls in the right spot. So this is where RELIP comes into play. Next slide, please. So this is where the power RELIP comes in. So you can see here's an example data set on the left here. And then on the right would be some site information that we've already looked up before. So RELIP allows us to look up this information very quickly and very precisely. So going through sort of the same steps we went through in the last example, the first thing we would do is we would look up the water body information and see we match the station code in our data with our site information, and we can pull in the water body information and make sort of a larger table with the additional information. Next slide, please. And then we can go through similar step and look up all the water body information based on, or all of the beneficial use information based on the water body information we pulled in the previous step. And so you might notice here that this purple table is actually larger than the red table in the beginning. And the reason for that is because by duplicating each row of data for each beneficial use that applies to the water body, it allows us to simultaneously assess all possible thresholds all at once. So we get one row of data for each beneficial use that applies to that row of data. Next slide, please. And so lastly, we can then look up our threshold that applies to all of our data all at the same time by using all the information we looked up previously. So we have our analyte, copper, for example, and we have our beneficial use, and then we can use our analyte table to look up all of that information. Next slide, please. So these are all the different types of assessments that RELIP can do. There's a few missing, and we're adding more all the time, but you can see there are many different assessments that can be done. Each of them has a slightly different methodology, and so keeping track of all of them can be really hard if somebody is new to the program. And you can see OC normalization is the circled one on the list, and that's just one of many different assessment types that we have to do on a daily basis. Next slide, please. Another major benefit of RELIP is it allows us to easily fix errors that we make in our assessment process, depending on when we find the error. Like, let's say, for example, we finished assessing all of our bifenthrin data, and then somebody came along and said, oh no, actually, the threshold for bifenthrin is 150 micrograms per gram. Next slide, please. We would then need to go back through and reassess all of our bifenthrin data. So next slide, please. So you can see here, if we correct our error and then we double check our data, now we went from an exceedance to a non-exceedance, which could potentially have a big impact on listings and resource allocation. And so in the past, we would have to go back through and reassess all of our bifenthrin data to correct this error, which could easily be 10,000 rows of data, a relatively small fraction, but would be a huge amount of effort if we had to do it by hand. With RELIP, we can just correct the entry in the table, rerun the data through, and all the errors will be corrected. Next slide, please. All right, so that's RELIP. That's sort of our main data assessment tool. It analyzes a large fraction of our data. And then once we've completed our assessments, we load the lines of evidence into CalWACA, which is the California Water Quality Assessment Database. And this is where we sort of write the integrated report by making decisions at the water body level. We've been using it since about 2010, since the 2010 listing cycle. At the time, it was a huge step forward. It was previously done in an Access database, but was growing so quickly, it was clear it wasn't really going to work in the long term. So we got Kalwaka, and it's been very helpful, but it's starting to get a little bit dated because it doesn't actually contain any of our raw data. It's just little snapshots, these like PDF files or Excel files or text files that have been extracted and loaded in onto a server that we're just connected to. Next slide, please. The other thing is that Kalwaka has required a huge amount of clicking to get things done. For example, each decision that we have to make takes on average about 52 clicks. And that's a huge amount of time and also sort of a lot of labor. So we've made some enhancements over the past couple of years to improve this. One of them is what we call the easy button. It's not actually a button, but it fully automates any decisions that have one sample and no exceedances, which may not sound that impressive, but ends up being about 30% of our decisions. And so in the 2024 cycle alone, it saved us about 290,000 clicks. And then also in the 2024 cycle, we added an enhancement to that button that is an actual button and reduces the number of clicks needed for certain decisions from 52 clicks to 3 clicks. So I think we can all agree that having scientists and engineers spending their time clicking is not an ideal use of their time. Next slide, please. So even with these enhancements, we're still sort of running up against the limits of what our tools can do as they are now. And so this past year, we started working on the Kalwaka modernization project, which is an attempt to better integrate all of our tools and make our assessment process more cohesive and flexible. Next slide, please. So these are some of the tools we use in the integrated report. I talked about a few of them: Kalwaka, GeoWaka, Relip. Each of these tools have been made as needed to fill a specific need. They've all been hugely helpful when they've been made, but they've each been made independently. And this results in all sorts of problems. Next slide, please. So you can see here, this is a diagram of the relationship between all of our tools right now. If this graphic stresses you out a little bit, it's sort of the point. You can see that the connections are manual and overlapping and unclear. And this results in lots of issues where if we find a problem when we're in the Kalwaka phase of the process, for example, with a row of data that came from seeded, which is at the beginning of the process, we then have to fix the data in seeded and then pipe it all the way back through our process up through Kalwaka by hand. This results in a huge amount of work, a lot of tracking problems, and is just inefficient. So the goal of the Kalwaka modernization project is to sort of streamline this. Next slide, please. So we're hoping to make Kalwaka look more like this, where all of our tools are contained within Kalwaka. And we will be able to more seamlessly drill down from the water body category to a decision, to a line of evidence, to an individual row of data from within the database and also external to the database with less work, and also will allow us to correct issues at any stage in the process that will then trickle down to the rest of the process as well. And so that's sort of the goal. The phase 1 is supposed to come out in November, and phase 2 is shortly to follow after that. So next slide. Questions?
Yeah, this is Brian Lawrenson. Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Just real quick, how I was wondering, I mean, maybe specifically with the relip element, how you manage the code base for that, and how collaborative it is, and what that process for updates and changes is.
It's pretty ad hoc. We started using GitHub about a year ago. It has not been collaborative on like a coding basis so much. We had another data scientist working with us for the last year and a half. He recently left, and so he and I were collaborating much more. But beyond that, it has been much more on requesting regional boards to review outputs and give us feedback on the outputs, and then sort of I debug based on their feedback. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think GitHub is a fantastic tool for that sort of thing. I mean, especially as you expand and try to link things up. I mean, it's just a great, resource.
I will just note that he's being maybe a little bit modest, but Jacob pretty much learned R and created this whole thing on his own. So he's kind of the guru behind it. And we didn't have many data scientists at the time. We were starting to get better at the water boards, but he was really an army of one or two for the longest time.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, and I would just say that there's a lot of us that do the same work he's doing with our own code base, and aspirationally, it's probably something, more collaboration across, obviously there's different regulatory firewalls between these things, but it's a great resource when you got lots of people kind of doing the same thing. You don't have to be in isolation.
I agree. I think in water rights, they have a new data governance unit under Brent Vanderberg, and I know that Jacob Pasner is working to revamp the water board's GitHub repositories and bring it all into one cohesive area just for that purpose. So I think that that's going to be coming. So we're just starting to recognize the power of GitHub for not only internal purposes, but external as well.
But it's the reproducibility, the transparency, all that stuff builds a lot of trust. And I mean, you can really leverage a lot of folks like me and Jacob, whoever are doing the work.
Are you volunteering to work with us?
That's what I heard.
This is my data science late career self-teaching passion of mine. You can talk to my staff about it. They roll their eyes. I force them all on.
You have showed interest, so we may be reaching out to you. I mean, part of all this
Yeah,
collaboration is a big
absolutely.
part of this.
Yeah.
We've already, some of Steve Weisberg's staff has helped us a little bit with technical support, with our coding and everything. And we're all, and it's in the Office of Information Management and Analysis here within the State Water Board, where, we've been coordinating with them as well. So we're always looking for, opportunities to collaborate and coordinate and kind of build our knowledge base at the same time.
Yeah, great.
Grant Sharp, thank you very much, Jacob, for the presentation. And you were showing a couple slides on your WACA application, and I think you stated that the modernization would involve basically housing a bunch of different functions into within WACA, but it seems to me that CEDN is a really important part of this whole process, and CEDN, as far as I know, is a standalone application. And so I guess the question for you is the goal in terms of modernizing WACA, is it to federate everything, not necessarily house it within WACA, but to federate these different sources of data, primarily CEDN, and streamline the flow of data from CEDN into it so it can be assessed?
Yeah, essentially. That was sort of the first step of the modernization project was to have a direct connection to CEDN and to WQX, the Water Quality Exchange Network, and sort of standardize the format of the data in such a way that we can consistently assess it and know what we're looking at every time. So, long answer to say, yeah, that's right.
If I could ask just a quick follow-up question. So in your opinion, or Lori or anyone else, feel free, in terms of the overall process, and when I say overall process, I mean, the uploading of data on the part of the dischargers, MS4 programs and others, where do you think the greatest bottleneck is currently? terms of the overall process?
That was a good question.
I'll let him.
Go ahead, Lori.
I was going to say, it might depend on who you talk to, right? So if you're a
Yeah,
discharger
the
and you're
first talk about
required to submit your data to CDN, that may be,
That's why
depending on your
I
resources.
I ask it overall bigger picture from beginning cradle to, I don't want to say grave, beginning to end.
I mean, definitely data upload and I can only speak for what we view as the integrated report program, downloading the data from CDN. I'm sure that there are people have problems uploading or querying data, but we have a pretty good connection to CDN because we work very closely with the CDN data manager in the Office of Information Management and Analysis. So we have a pretty good connection to CDN. The challenge that we face is kind of what Jacob laid out, which is all these different pieces, all these tools are scattered all over the place. And, I was looking at that. I mean, that's kind of like our lives, right? Is that first slide? That's where all our minds look like that. And then we, the challenge is getting everything into, kind of a harmonized, organized process. So that's what I would say. I don't know if you have more to add, Jacob, or if anybody else.
No, I think I agree with that. It's sort of almost like error fixing, but just, getting everything harmonized, like you said, I think. If you ask the data providers, they'd be providing the data, I'm sure it'd be a pain for them, but if we don't have high quality, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jacob. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, just if you talk to the data providers, I'm sure they'd say it was providing the data. But if we don't have those strict constraints on the data they submit, then we spend all of our time trying to figure out what they meant by their data. And so it sort of depends on who you ask, I think.
Yeah, I think historically the issue or the problem was data was coming just in inconsistent formatting, inconsistent data elements, what the metadata was meaning, if there was even metadata involved, and the goal of requiring CDN or defining readily available information as what can be submitted to CDN was to bring consistency to formatting so that staff time wasn't a huge level was used at reformatting data to make it consistent. RELEP relies on CDN formatting to run efficiently, so that's why CDN is kind of, and others, I mean CWIX works too, but it's to bring the data elements into more uniformity to make the rest of the assessment the focus, rather than the data munging and wrangling and reformatting, which again is changing the raw data. So it's better if the data as it goes into a system is following a stricter protocol, even though we realize that for certain data collectors that was going to be onerous, and that still is for some, especially community water groups and others, but that was the best solution we had at the time.
Thanks.
I'll just point out that that's an area where the council could possibly assist.
Right. If there's no other questions, we can go ahead and move on. And thanks, Jacob. Hope you feel better.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, next I'm going to talk about a number of process improvements that both of our units are working on. But before I do next slide, I wanted to kind of note that we move to the next slide, Nick, please. Sorry, I put that kind of in the middle of my sentence there. I want to note that one of the reasons why we're able to implement many of the process improvements that I'm about to describe is that we have been able to establish a new unit at the State Water Board that works on the integrated report. As I mentioned earlier, that I was hired and my staff were hired to fill this new unit. And this was as a result of a settlement agreement that the State Water Board entered into to bring the Water Board into compliance with submitting the integrated report on time to the EPA. And we did that for the first time since the early 90s in last year. So what do I want to say there? So it established my unit to complement Lori's unit, and I've highlighted the two units here on this, or this is our org chart from our division, and we are within the the standards and assessment unit, or excuse me, section under Rebecca Fitzgerald within the division. The settlement agreement allowed the State Water Board to justify a budget change proposal that resulted in 8 new positions. So my unit, myself, and then also a dedicated position within our Division of Information and Technology that helps Jacob with the Kalwaka Modernization Project. But adding the staff resources has really allowed us to organize our priorities and focus on a number of process improvements with the goal of developing and submitting timely and accurate reports. Next slide. This slide shows a simplified overview on how Lori and I have distributed duties across the 2 units. Lori's unit mainly focuses on the tasks that are needed within the first 2 years of the cycle: data submission, organization, all the neat things that Jacob just talked about. And then my unit focuses largely on the tasks associated with administering the public process for at the State Water Board for the regions. However, there is a significant overlap between the 2 units, and we work together to allocate time where it's needed, when appropriate. And then since my unit has come on board, we've been able to start working on a number of various improvements. First, we've been able to establish longer and more frequent roundtable meetings with regional board staff. Roundtable meetings are held quarterly for our program, and it's day-long meetings where we bring up agenda items and talk through various issues. This allows us to have more of an opportunity to share assessment strategies, to talk through concerns in a venue for to reach consensus on various aspects of our program implementation. Staff in both units also are working to help develop a program procedures manual. This manual will outline step by step the entire process from beginning to end, from the data solicitation to US EPA submittal and approval. It's going to be a pretty long manual that's going to span multi-year projects, but it's important to us to document that institutional knowledge and get it down on paper. And we are developing this program procedures manual in coordination with the regional boards through our roundtable meetings. And then we plan to update this document once we have it established. We go through section by section. We're going to update it as processes are improved, or we're able to incorporate lessons learned from the various process steps that we're implementing. We've also established integrated report regional board liaisons. A liaison is the staff person at the State Water Board who works as the primary point of contact for each regional water board. And that liaison tracks various issues within the regions, things that need to be addressed throughout all steps of the process. And they track progress on various tasks and kind of acts as a voice, and can also lead regional board staff to various resources or information they may need in order to finish their work. And then the next one I wanted to talk about is we're also working to establish subject matter experts, that each staff person is assigned a specific topic to follow, research, and document. Subjects or topics include tools such as the mapping or Kalwaka tools, or procedures such as the quality assurance procedures that we follow. But subjects also include pollutants or classes of pollutants. So subject matter experts help us by tracking developing science related to those pollutants and appropriate assessment strategies. They attend and report out on various technical meetings with SCORP or SFEI or the US EPA or other internal or external programs. They also work to provide pollutant assessment guidance and incorporate feedback from regional board staff when developing that guidance. And then they glean technical knowledge from staff at OWIMA, who has worked very patiently on answering a lot of questions as we're working through some of these pollutant assessment issues. Next slide. We're also working to improve our internal quality assurance procedures. Andrew, as mentioned earlier, Andrew Hamilton in OWIMA is the quality assurance officer who is helping us by conducting an internal review of our integrated report QA procedures. We're looking to improve these and incorporate changes that would increase consistency with the Water Board's quality management plan. And this internal review will result in a report that will include recommendations for our program to consider. And once that report is finalized, we expect that to be done next month sometime, and we'll work to develop a plan to implement those recommendations. Next slide. And then the last topic I wanted to talk to you about is our Executive Advisory Committee. In fall of last year, the Integrated Report Executive Advisory Committee was formed. It consists of a number of representatives from across the state, including executives from 7 of the 9 regional water boards, management and staff from DWQ, and then members from the Water Quality Monitoring Council. This council, Nick has been very helpful in providing support for us there, and also Greg participates in those discussions. The committee was formed as a result of the executive and management identifying the need to inform program improvements all around. We've had a number of different meetings over the last year and discussed potential future amendments to the listing policy, what the scope of those potential amendments may be, and other strategies to inform program efficiencies. And then additionally, the committee provides support for state and regional board staff. Well, we haven't done so yet. They could help us settle disputes if we need to, and provide just general support and what we need for implementing the program as a whole. And that was my last slide. If there's any questions on our improvements.
Okay. Not seeing any online, none in the room. Thank you, Anna Maria. Allie, are you ready?
Yep, ready. All right. Hi, everybody. We're going to kind of shift gears a little bit and talk about SWAMP and how we coordinate with the integrated report team. For those that do not know me, I'm a senior environmental scientist at State Water Board. I work in OWIMA and I oversee State Board SWAMP program. Thanks again for the opportunity for us to come and chat with you all. Particularly, I'll talk about SWAMP and integrated report and how we work together. I have just a few slides to present. The integrated report team is really the star of the show today, and I'm just here in SWAMP style in our supporting role. I'll go through a little bit of background of SWAMP and who we are, what we do, and then, as the title says, how we coordinate amongst each other. Next slide, please. So SWAMP was created over 20 years ago now in response to this legislative mandate. And that mandate said, go coordinate all ambient water quality monitoring conducted by the water boards so that we can assess attainment of all core beneficial uses in all the water body types across the state. This mandate was meant to address 3 fundamental issues at the time. First, there was a lack of standardized questions, indicators, methods, assessment thresholds, data management procedures, you name it, for the water board programs. Second, we were poorly coordinated across our programs. And finally, we lacked a rigorous process for developing statewide assessment reports required under the Clean Water Act, Section 303 and 305B, AKA the integrated report. So since that time, SWAMP has developed a number of standardized monitoring, assessment, QA, and data management methods, all of which have contributed to this overarching infrastructure that helps us organize our efforts to address those kind of 3 fundamental issues that I just mentioned. As you heard earlier today, while SWAMP was kind of chugging along to build this infrastructure, the integrated report teams and the monitoring council are also making great strides in progress. So we have this really long history of working together. As you might imagine, that original mandate and the work we do today was a hefty ask. So there was and continues to be a lot of strategizing and planning. And really central to this is this core collaboration across the water boards and our partner scientists. many of which are represented by the council members here today, folks from Fish and Wildlife, universities, CSUs, as well as Work, FEI, just to name a few. And next slide, please. So before I jump into the details of SWAMP's high standards for data quality, I wanted to highlight the importance of question-driven monitoring. As many of you are aware, clearly stated assessment questions are really this kind of essential first step in effective monitoring designs. You heard from me and others today that our water board programs are structured around the protection of beneficial uses. Our SWAMP monitoring is designed to assess the status of core beneficial uses. So things like aquatic life, we often refer to fishable and swimmable, which I'm sure sounds very familiar to some of the council working groups. And we do this for various water body types. We've established a set of questions to help focus monitoring and assessment and ensure the data that we generate is useful and used. So this table here is just kind of summarizing the different monitoring programs and what they focus on. You'll notice a lot of the focus is also interrelated with council work groups, and you'll hear later today from Anna and Jay on the bioaccumulation program, which has this focus on the protection of human health by assessing fish and shellfish consumption safety in fishable waters. I also just wanted to note that the data from this program and all statewide monitoring programs have significantly contributed to integrated report assessments over the years. Next slide. And before I go on, I guess I should give credit where credit is due. I'm just one half of SWAMP. The other half is led by Tessa Fojit. She's SWAMP IQ. And this slide and the next few slides were developed by Tessa and Melissa Morris, who are really our kind of quality assurance and control gurus within OEMA. So what makes SWAMP data useful to many people, including our integrated report partners, is that we have this commitment to quality assurance and planning, and we've dedicated staff to it, which means SWAMP data are of known quality and any issues with the data are documented so people can decide if they're appropriate for their use. We focus on making the data publicly accessible, and we've developed resources and tools to help others use our data and plan their own projects. Next slide. Many of us are fans of the adaptive management cycle. You see a couple kind of swirly graphics getting at that. This one was developed by Melissa Morris, and it's the adaptive project management life cycle as it applies to quality assurance planning. So a key component of the planning and documentation steps of this process is the SWAMP Quality Assurance Program Plan, which sets up basic requirements and processes for all SWAMP monitoring projects. Beyond the program plan, regional SWAMP monitoring projects do these short project write-ups that describe their project in more detail. It's pretty easy to follow. It's a series of questions that walks through the US EPA data quality objective planning process, and that's often documented in a QA project plan or a QAP. I don't know who here has tried to write a QAP, but they can be daunting to write. So Tessa and her team and others have developed a resource to help simplify it called the QAPs Made Easy worksheet. And I'll put that link in the chat when I'm done gabbing here today. And that worksheet just kind of walks through the same series of questions that we use in SWAMP. And then the last thought on here is if you're writing a project plan, we encourage you to borrow QC acceptance criteria or anything else that works from the SWAMP program plan, since they're appropriate for many environmental monitoring projects. Next slide. And finally, if I haven't driven home this message that SWAMP data is of known quality and it's pretty top-notch stuff, I wanted to talk a bit about data use categories. So a foundational part of SWAMP project planning, identifying the intended data use. And so this helps us to determine what type of quality control requirements and level of standardization is appropriate for that specific project. So for example, an integrated report assessment would have stricter quality control requirements, whereas an investigative or a research or pilot project wouldn't need to follow those strict requirements. Next slide. So this guy is just trying to summarize a few examples of specific ways or areas in which we coordinate closely. We also create these little kind of think tanks across our programs. So one area that also has overlap with the council is our work on healthy watersheds and high quality waters. So we're working closely with Lori and others to explore some potential pathways for protective actions across our programs, in addition to all the really great work the water boards have done to identify impairments. And I thought Steve's question earlier that kind of generated a lot of discussion. I wanted to revisit that here and kind of just chime in on my thoughts. One, I totally agree. It's a complicated question to give a straightforward response, but I do think that that high number of chemical listings is in part a reflection of existing regulations and standards and resources that are directed toward that data collection. On the other hand, I wanted to highlight and give Lori and her crew some kudos on their work that they've done. If we were able to pull up a graphic that showed water bodies that are intact or identified as category 1, those water bodies, and again, for those that forget the definition, it's those with at least one beneficial use supported, and there's no evidence to indicate that any other uses are impaired. The data that was used for those categorizations were by and large bioassessment data. So just highlighting, we're seeing a lot of impairment for chemistry, but if we were to look at intact or category 1 water bodies, we are using biological data in that way. And then last slide, please, Nick. So just to kind of bring it all together, you know, we work hand in hand to monitor and assess California water bodies statewide. We have some ideas and plans moving forward to incorporate integrated report assessments into watershed analysis tools. Things like the Healthy Watersheds Assessment Dashboard that Dr. Corey Clatterbuck on the SWAMP team, she's also the technical lead of the Healthy Watersheds Partnership Working Group, is developing. And I think this is where our coordinated think tank comes into play as we explore those potential pathways for healthy watershed and high quality water protection, such as those water bodies identified as category 1 using biological data. And then finally, one key role of SWAMP over the years has been kind of this connect the dots role. So looking at another iteration of an adaptive management cycle, just kind of trying to make the point here that we want to strengthen those feedback loops across all water board programs. So we're here to help those connect those dots and provide resources and guidance from the impaired and intact water body identifications to targeting or ramping up additional monitoring in those water bodies, and, you know, frankly, just to do the work to restore and protect them. And with that, I'll hand it back to Lori, I think, to take it home and talk about challenges.
All right, thanks, Sally. I really appreciate the coordination and assistance from SWAMP, and enjoy working with you on this. As you often say, it's all connected, man, and we're just working to keep those connections strong and you know, pull as many people as many programs as we can into this adaptive management feedback loop. So much appreciated. And you know, you guys are critical to the work we do, not just SWAMP. You provide the data for, you know, underlies much of our integrated report assessments, but also just the larger technical expertise in AWEMA. So thank you.
Thank you.
So this slide here, I think we're showing it now. Great. I'm just going to set the stage. I think we've got about maybe 25 minutes left in this item. So we wanted to, we've already had some discussion so far throughout the day, and it's been great, and I've enjoyed your comments and input. We have a little bit of time left to continue the discussion to kind of really pinpoint some ways that we can move forward working with the council. So I'm just setting the stage here. Prior to this item, some of the council members had asked us to identify kind of what are the major challenges that we're facing in the integrated report in regards to kind of developing the report. And, you know, we kind of put our heads together, talked amongst ourselves, and came up with this these bullet items here. This is really a high-level summary of the challenges that we have identified as a group. So launching into the first item or the first bullet point here, one of our most difficult problems, and it's come up a little bit in this conversation, is related to harmonizing older data to our current format. So you may have got the idea that a large amount of our older data was assessed prior to RELIP. RELIP was really a game changer. RELIP and pulling and then having the seed-in requirement for consistently formatted data. Those two things were a game changer in allowing us to automate our process and just do the things a lot more quickly, less manually. We still have a huge repository of older data that has not been reviewed by, in some cases, by our current QA screening tools. There may be some inaccuracies. It's very hard to fix because it's just in just different formats. It's very difficult to reassess. We see here that there are at least 574 kind of individual data references or data type or data sets. Many of these tables are actually maybe zip files of 10 more tables, right? Or a PDF document with 20 pages of tables with data in it. So, it could be more than 574, and there is in some cases a lot of effort to pull out the actual data in a format that we could assess or reassess. And so this becomes a problem when we need to reassess older data, and also if we revise the way that we're conducting the assessment, if any of the revisions touch on an older data set, it just slows down the process. So harmonizing data is a big problem for us, very time consuming. Related to that, the second bullet is how to assess historical data appropriately. Kind of related to the fact that our older data is difficult to reassess in kind of strange formats. A lot of times the discussion or the question comes up, should there be an age limit on the data we assess? Should we not assess data older than 10 years or 15 years? Does it depend on the data type? 15-year-old bacteria data, is that as relevant as mercury data from Clear Lake 15 years ago? I mean, if you're looking at pollutants that are more persistent, like mercury and fish tissue, and so there's something the council can help provide guidance on, perhaps. Let's see, the third bullet here, next generation tools. Jacob talked about RELIP and the work he's doing. He's amazing, and totally agree with Nick that game changer, the work that he did to build RELIP. But we can always do more. We're constantly striving to improve our tools, especially. I mean, there's more work than one person can do. And what we really want to continue doing is to automate repetitive processes so that we can focus, so that scientists and engineers, we can focus our time on thinking and interpreting data and not, formatting, copying and pasting and clicking. And we want to kind of minimize that workload. So the more that we can create new tools that are fast, efficient, and accurate, the better. The third, is that the fourth bullet? The fourth bullet, should number these. Assessing data from new databases, we kind of touched on that as well. So the tools that we have now are designed, and this was by design, they work very well with seed-in, and to some extent the National Water Quality Portal or the Water Quality Exchange. It's the repository of federal data. We have a pretty good connection there. It's very difficult for us to assess data in other databases, even sister agencies such as Water Resources, Department of Water Resources, Fish and Wildlife, Pesticide Regulation. They have their own databases with their own formats and business rules, and it's another language. It's another country for us. So that's the next bullet. And then the next two bullets are related to kind of identifying thresholds for new analytes or analyzing new and emerging issues. Every time we do a data solicitation, we end up with sometimes, hundreds of new analytes that we need to review, catalog, identify thresholds for. Sometimes they're synonyms for analytes that we are already assessing. So that work, takes time and requires some technical expertise that, often we reach out to chemists within our agency. Also developing assessment methods for these new analytes or new and emerging issues. For example, we're just starting to look at assessing microplastic data for the integrated report, as well as ocean acidification problems. This is another area where, it's helpful to collaborate with other people working in the field. Data gaps. Often our assessments would benefit from additional data to help us to provide context. Again, we only see a piece of the puzzle. We get the data from CDN. We may not have the larger body of data set or complete or comprehensive data set that would help us better assess the water body. And finally, the last bullet, we're continually challenged with maintaining statewide consistency. We've talked about this throughout the day. We work closely with the 9 regional water boards. We collaborate, work hand in hand with them. Each water board is different. Each water board has their own basin plan. In some cases, their water quality objectives vary slightly. Even their beneficial use definitions can vary slightly. So, and we're constantly working. And on the other end, EPA wants one integrated report. They do not want to see that we're data assessed differently in different regions unless there's a really good reason for it. So we're constantly working to find that kind of appropriate balance between statewide consistency and regional flexibility. Next slide, please. So this slide is pretty much the flip side of what I just presented to you, kind of zeroing in on maybe some more specific ideas on how the council can help. And these are, related to the challenges that I just identified. We've sort of divided them up into data type tasks and science type tasks. So for data, I'll just kind of go through this really quickly. Strategies and tools to help automate repetitive processes, while keeping our systems flexible because things change over time. Perhaps guidance to develop our automation logic. There's many ways to do things, and helping us think through the logic of how to develop our tools so that they work well. The third one is accessing, I mentioned this already, connecting to other databases from water resources, especially state agency databases that collect water quality data. There's a lot that is very difficult for us to assess at this point. Water Resources, Department of Pesticide Regulation, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They all have their own databases. It's not feasible to, put their data into CDN, right? It's much easier for us to develop a tool that connects to their databases. Also related to data, guidance and tools for data harmonization. Just what do you do when you have a zip file and a PDF file and an Excel file in multiple different formats? What are rules of thumb? What are some kind of standard approaches to harmonizing data? And then data quality review. We do have a tool. We welcome input and guidance or support with tweaking the tool or adding new routines so that we can more comprehensively evaluate data quality. And then technical expertise, writing our scripts, developing our Shiny apps so that we can have tools that you don't have to be a coder to use. So you can use you can have your own interactive tools for data exploration. That's something that the council may be able to help with. On the science side, I've already kind of touched on this, guidance with developing, technical expertise and guidance, developing new assessment methods. I mentioned microplastics and ocean acidification. Just having access to cutting edge science, researchers who are working in the field in academia and non-academic researchers, having that access, being able to tap into that expertise is extremely helpful. Again, identifying and filling data gaps when we know or maybe sometimes we don't know if that, we do not have a comprehensive data set for this issue. And then statistics expertise, our listing policy, we use the binomial test. There probably are other statistical tests that we can apply to our data, and there is a way to do that. But we're pretty much, we have our process, but I think we can always open and evaluate new methods and new ways to assess data to interpret, whether or not a beneficial use is being met. So yeah, I guess the good news is that the Monitoring Council work groups have a wealth of expertise. There are a lot of people on the council and within the work groups that can provide us with information. And likewise, I'm sure. And the work groups are pretty much organized in a way that aligns well with the integrated report assessments. I'm not sure, I think that was by design. But the Safe to Swim work group, we assess for bacteria, right? We could tap into the expertise in Safe to Swim for, interpreting non-fecal indicator bacteria data, for example. That's one of the things that, at this point, there's lots of ways to do that, right? We could, it'd be good to reach out to some experts in that area. And we already do work with the work groups. We can strengthen those bonds. CCHAB, we're working very closely with CCHAB on assessing cyanotoxin data. We could build on that. Ali mentioned healthy watersheds. I think there's a role for us as an integrated reports to incorporate, to work with just about every work group in the Monitoring Council. And I think the limiting factor there is just time. How much time do we have to, and staff do we have to attend the meetings? So that in a nutshell is what we came up with when we were looking at ways that, ideas for how the council can help and coordinate better with the integrated report. I have like 15 minutes. So happy to hear any questions or hear input or thoughts from the council,
You, Lori, look like you read our strategy summary, because if you look at the items that are in our strategy, first is assess performance of monitoring programs. So that speaks to the consistency and comparability that you talk about. Develop guidance on data quality and method comparability. Identify where data interpretation thresholds are needed. I actually, when you were talking, wrote that down. I thought, I think we said we were going to do some of that stuff. And identify emerging monitoring methods and technologies. So you might as well have just, I know you didn't do this.
I did not.
But you sound like you did.
Somewhere in my brain, I might have read it like 5 years ago.
And then turning data into information, all of the tools and the ability to do. So, I mean, everything you said, I think can fit within one or more of the categories that we've identified in our 2020 strategy. The question is, and you speak to the working groups, I think that's a great arena whereby we can make those connections. And then I guess part of it is where are there gaps that that you need assistance, that you don't already have a venue where you can get that assistance, would be sort of my knee-jerk reaction to your last slide. So welcome input from others.
So Laura, earlier in the day, I asked you which of 4 categories of things were most problematic. 1, I just don't have data in the right places and right times. 2, I don't have data of sufficient quality. 3, I don't have good data access systems, with the data transmittal process. And 4, I don't have good ways of interpreting data thresholds. Your slides contain all of those, and I agree with everything that's there. But I have actually started to form an impression of where I think the priorities are. And I want to see if you agree with this, because I think it goes to, we could work on any of those things, but what are the things we should work on? So I'll start by saying the things I think that are least useful for the council to work on. One is data amount. It seems like I haven't heard a lot of complaints today, like I don't have enough data. Yeah, I think if anything, you've got too much data. And you have a swamp program that's helped fill a lot of the gaps and is an ongoing vehicle for filling the gaps. So there's not, I mean, there are things that we could do clearly, but that's not your biggest issue. The second is data quality. The council has really focused on synchronizing methods and developing data quality. And I haven't heard today, like we're throwing out lots of data because it's bad. What I'm hearing is, in fact, that you've got QAPs associated with most of the data that's coming in, and it's not all of the same quality, but it doesn't seem, I'm not hearing that this is a big problem. And so just keep doing what you're doing, council. The third thing is data access. And I'm just blown away, impressed by all the presentations today, but the one on data, and how you're doing it. It's clear you have a nice pathway. And yeah, sure, it'd be nice to have some more people you can call her up to help with our program, but that's not the council. That's just a few individuals helping you. Maybe something, you talk about some of the other agencies. That's a perfect thing. What's in the water resources databases, what's in the fish and wildlife databases. That's a perfect role for the council. But even then, it's not like you've got a huge problem there. You have lots of data, and now there's just the fourth one, though, is the one where I've heard the greatest need and the greatest dovetailing in terms of how you interpret the data. What are the thresholds? And I think one of the reasons that you have so many things for chemistry is because you turn to your own book. There's a table in there that says these are the thresholds for chemicals. There's no question. Whereas you have so many other things that you've talked about today. You mentioned sediment, you mentioned microplastics, you mentioned OAH, you mentioned water temperature. Those were all ones that I'm glad to see you're developing subject area experts around, but that's one that really is going to take a community to kind of agree, and not just agree on what the numbers are, but agree on when those numbers are, you're confident enough those numbers to use them for doing a 305B assessment, kind of like versus when I'm going to do a 303D assessment, or when I'm going to do a category, what's it, 2 versus 3. Right, assessment. That seems like it's a community thing that requires both expertise, but also that just seems like the perfect role. We have not charged our committees, our working groups, as much with developing thresholds as we have with method development, method standardization. So what I'm getting out of this, and again, this is just one person. I'd like to see if you agree with this, where others agree. I think what you're asking for this group, should be asking for this group to do, is to pay more attention on what are the critical thresholds.
I would agree with you on that. Yeah, I mean, that I see that there's that would not just thresholds, but assessment methodology in general.
That's better.
Yeah. So it's not just picking a threshold. It's what if we have 3 or 4 different pollutants or analytes that tell us a story about this condition? How do we pull those together in lines of evidence and make a weighted evidence decision?
And I think it's also going the other directions. When is the science not good enough to do that? So for instance, you mentioned microplastics. You want to be put on the spot to be the sole person who's making that decision, or would you rather we have a working group on microplastics? Maybe they can come up with a number and then come up with how should you use that number? Yeah. Or should you just not use that number at all because we don't have confidence?
And also as sort of providing like a sort of a peer review process, right? So, a lot of times we develop our assessment methodologies internally, or maybe with a roundtable, being able to vet that to the larger community, and having and really, I think now we may have a little more time to do that, but just having the time and the support, the tasks in our work plan associated with attending the roundtable meetings, that sort of thing. I think I
love that, because if you get feedback while you're doing that process, as opposed to waiting till you have a public process to say, did I list that water body correctly? A lot easier to get the feedback early in the process.
Yeah, I agree. Because that would, it saves us time down the road, because if we're going down the wrong path and we don't find out until we're in the public process, that is less than ideal.
I think it could save us a lot of time in the development of it too, because Lori and I were discussing yesterday about how much time we do spend with having these discussions with staff at the regional boards of things we're trying to work on, and we tried to put together guidance the best we can and not everyone agrees. So we've been working on that a lot over the past year, especially, and that might be able to help us to navigate through some of those issues that we're working on, so.
Yeah, this is Brian Lawrenson. Yeah, I'm a little confused. I know when we start talking about objective setting, it's a little bit of a hot button. I just want to be careful about that language and especially how this council interacts around that. I mean, obviously there's objective setting processes in the regulations, but the other maybe subpoint to what was just said is I think there's also one of the issues I see with the process itself is there's, I mean, it's always that hard thing of having hard line rules to follow versus the ability to kind of subtly understand how much you know and don't know. And, because you have to draw a line someplace, you have to make a recommendation on whether to list or not. But I do, and some of that's in the category, so maybe it's more around that category discussion on the state board side. But some way of, classifying data types and certainty, because then you can, and that might be a better role, I guess, is where I was going with the subcommittees, is thinking about things from that standpoint, like the certainty of the information and the certainty of impairment versus, because literally binomial is pass fail, over a threshold, right? It's very rigid. So yeah, and I think as you get into microplastics and continuous data, there's a lot of decisions to make. And that's one of the problems when you're looking for automation logic, how many you can only code so many conditions, so you start, well, it sounds like you guys have followed the right path in binning data and that sort of thing. But maybe my point is the council maybe is better suited to kind of think through some of those sort of soft binning or something like along those lines.
Or like the QA bidding or the QA review process, providing input on how we review data for quality. Is that?
Yeah, maybe something like that. And I mean, there's like I think the SFEI's, CEC, and I think the state board's kind of fall in that sort of CEC approach of there's the sort of matrix of, certainty, the, where the method is in development status, whether it's research. Because one thing also when you start implementing rigid rules is I think you lose some creativity that and practicality. And then that will restrict the participants, I think, to some degree too. If you want to have a open, broad participation in these things.
I want to second that comment. I want to be very clear that the council would not be the rulemaking body. They would simply be an advisory group. Ultimately, you all would have to have your own process for developing those first. But I'm in full agreement with you. Part of what the council could do is identify when we have confidence enough to set a threshold versus when we only have confidence enough to put broad bands versus when we have no confidence at all. And they should, and we're best you punt on this one. You're just not there yet.
It's kind of advise the process. Is there a work group for QA issues at all? Is that, or there? It's only
the state water board one that's run by Andrew. We
had
the
internal one. Okay.
Yeah, we used to have the data management work group, but it dissolved because there was no resources to.
Okay.
Tony
that
Kelly
was
used to
in the
run
back
that
of
one.
my mind.
Yeah.
Data management. Because there are two things, right? It's reviewing the data and kind of trying to put some boundaries around the uncertainty of with the actual raw data that you have, and I guess on the other end is the analysis, but then also conducting the analysis. How are we going to decide that this water body is impaired for ocean acidification? Is that even the right pollutant to use? That sort of thing. So.
Lori and Anna Marie and Lisa and everyone else, Jacob, I just want to thank you all for all of the presentations. This has been really, really insightful and getting a opportunity to pull back the curtain a little bit on this process, which is incredibly complex and challenging. And I think you're all doing an amazing job with the resources you have. I'm very impressed. My question is there a role in terms of improving this and helping and how the council can help, is there, speaking from the standpoint of or perspective of a MS4 discharger, and knowing that we have contracts with a lot of commercial laboratories who provide the bulk of the data, which we then handle, and there's a lot of data wrangling on our part. There's a lot of data wrangling on your part. Is there a role in this potentially in that the commercial laboratories who provide a lot of the analytical data could potentially help play in this?
I don't have a good answer to that. I mean, maybe usually the labs report in a format that is, from our perspective, the labs report the data. It's in the format that they can upload to seed in, right? And so then we pull that data. So
Right.
I think what you're saying is, and the labs get together and submit the data to us directly.
I guess no, I mean, not necessarily direct submittal from the lab. I'm thinking, more of kind of, standardization in terms of the formatting. It may be even it's in the form of standard contract language that, then a discharger could use that. Okay, this is model contract language that can go into a master agreement to make sure that the format is compatible. So it's seamless. It's seamless going into Seedon, and then it's seamless going from Seedon into Kalwaka or Relap or whatever it is. I'm just trying to think of ways we can help from the discharger community to streamline everything and minimize the data wrangling on your part as well as our part. Brian talked about a lot of the data wrangling that he does, and we go through a lot of that every cycle. So there's pain on both sides, trust me.
Well, I'm wondering if one of our follow-ups is to get a Seedon presentation. I know a lot has been happening, upgrading to a new system and the user group and all of that might be useful for us to hear about too, as one element of the process from cradle to grave, as you said earlier. So, because I feel like we had the conversation about contract language years ago, and I don't know where that ever went. Clearly, it didn't go very far, at least not for the labs you use, maybe. But yeah, so I think let's put that on the list of topic areas that I think this group would be interested in.
With the sake of time, I will just say thank you to the whole integrated report team and to Karen for letting your staff take the time. Andrew, do you have something to say? Sorry, before I finish.
Sure. Just one thing related to this last discussion, which is, in drinking water, we have our laboratory intake portal, which sounds a little bit like what folks were just talking about. And, we have a whole different system of, having to get data that goes directly into, the EPA database systems, our CIDWIS system. And so, we have different requirements in that way, but it just occurs to me that, potentially that's a sort of model that could help. It definitely has helped us a lot with our data intake. And so anyway, we can talk about that at a future time, but I just wanted to mention that as a potential model that we could think about.
Thanks, Andrew. That's the LIMS system, right? I think I was thinking that same thing.
CLIP, California Laboratory Intake Portal. Yeah.
So yeah, again, well, as I was saying, thank you to the integrated report team, Lori, Anna Maria, Lisa, and Jacob for taking the time. I did want to circle back to the four things that Steve mentioned, and even what Karen mentioned, as that he's being aligned with our strategy. And I think that's not a mistake, because the Clean Water Code Section 131.81 is what set up this council, and what outlines in those deliverables it's unmistakably tied to the integrated report. That's actually that law is what led to the new unit, because there was the the lawsuit, and then because with 13181 tasked this group for making that report more timely. And so I think that was a boon that we got a new program, but that's also, you know, the clear connection between this entity and the work groups and helping the integrated report be a more transparent and more efficient system and successful. And I think in many ways we've done that. I do think also that a couple of those priorities, specific data access, that's something I can bring back to the AB 1755 team and the consortium, because we diverted when we strategized in 2020 to be like, okay, this new legislation is tasked with doing that. That they're supposed to make the data more open, and the issue with that, I think, is there's just definitions of openness and what elements are required. And if I can task myself with bringing that more clearly back to that group and saying, look, we may have posted these portals and the platforms, but it's still not enough at this point to be fully usable with our foundational system like the integrated report. And I will say that as far as data amounts, you're right, we have a lot of data, but I think we could advocate for SWAMP, I think, and the monitoring programs we have. I know that we're difficult. We have had the same budget for the last 20 years, but if we make recommendations to the secretaries that we, you know, try to make our monitoring whole, we'll be able to better fill those gaps and better prioritize away from maybe those easier toxicant stuff to maybe the more targeted CEC type of monitoring that we would like to do, but simply just can't. So that's another thing I think we could advocate for as far as data amount. But the data interpretation, I think, is a lot of what the new work groups are doing, and we're doing a really good job of it. The microplastics, the CC Hab network, the molecular methods work group, they're all focused on those things, but I think we could be leveraged more. I think combining the teams, especially now that you have multiple staff members, to kind of maybe integrate more into those meetings and be like, hey, can we bounce this idea off you? Can we talk about these thresholds we're looking at? And maybe help, you know, with some of the water quality goals database too.
I think a practical way to do that would be to assign a liaison from either my unit or Anna Maria's unit to a couple of the council work groups.
I think that'd be fantastic.
Maybe the ones where we're just really grappling with the issues at this point.
I have to jump in just really quickly and apologize that I have to leave for a board briefing for a really high priority project, but really appreciate everyone's time and attention on the integrated report today. And I hope y'all have a good rest of your meeting, and I'll touch bases with Nick afterwards. So apologies. Mark is still here, yes.
Lori and Fono, just getting to the question of filling those gaps up on the top of your bar chart where sediment and trash and those other sort of harder to quantify constituents live. Perhaps one of the roles of the monitoring council could be to develop criteria for prioritizing where resources are allocated for starting to fill those gaps.
As in filling data gaps?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I like that. Yeah.
I also like the sharing of category 3 with the work groups too, to be like, okay, these are the water bodies we have identified as potentially being impaired, and as they're coming along with their monitoring programs, that could be helpful for them.
We need to start putting more water bodies in category 3.
There you go. Well, thanks again, and taking up time.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Item 5. Let me stop sharing. And taking over control. Right. Ann and Jay, thank you so much. Sorry for being late.
No worries. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Holder, and I am the Safety Work Group co-chair, sitting with someone who probably you already know.
Jay Davis from SFEI.
Great, and I didn't want to speak for you, Jay. It's been a little while since we've updated the council on all of the awesome work that we have been doing with our team. So that's what we're going to do today. Briefly, hopefully. I also know that we have some newer council members, so I want to just kind of do some grounding on the work group and our connection with SWAMP. Jay is going to do a relatively deep dive on our most recent data from 2019. And then, as Nick has mentioned to y'all, the Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program has been focusing on realigning our program to operationalize equity with tribes and community-based organizations. So we'll talk about a little bit about that and where we're headed for our future. So Ali did a great preview of SWAMP as a whole, and so I just wanted to recenter on the Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program. And the mission is essentially for us to generate data and to provide the analysis and interpretation of that data to support the beneficial uses associated with the bioaccumulation of pollutants and consumption of fish and shellfish in water bodies in California. And so the program funds and coordinates the monitoring and some of the interpretation in terms of like website and getting information out there. As you all know, the Safety Work Group was formerly the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group. We went through some rebranding last year to make our work group a little bit more digestible to folks who don't think about and love bioaccumulation work as much as we do. So you set us a mission of answering the question of, is it safe to eat fish and shellfish from our waters? And the work group really provides a space for us to kind of do that peer review, connect with the public and our tribal government partners, and provide a space for collaboration, communication, and community. So for those that don't love bioaccumulation work as much as we do, it's important to note that this sort of monitoring has been happening in California since the mid-1970s. Ali mentioned, the legislation that established SWAMP in 2000, but the last kind of bottom four road signs, I guess, are what we want to focus on. So the Bioaccumulation Oversight Group was established in 2006. Monitoring started in 2007. The Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program realignment began in 2020. And our tribal engagement effort specifically began in 2022, and we rebranded ourselves as the Safety Work Group to be more consistent with council work group pages and to make our work group more, I guess, approachable to the public. We also have a mascot called Bardo, which means water in a couple of different languages, and he's your friendly bioaccumulation buddy and appears on a lot of fact sheets and things like that we're producing. So as I mentioned, we started conducting surveys in 2007. There's a lot going on this slide. The big take-home messages here are the majority of the monitoring has been focused on lakes and reservoirs, so the dark blue solid bars. We have been doing coastal surveys in partnership with the Southern California Bite and others, and we try and get to some rivers and streams when we can. We're going to be diving deeper on the things with the green stars next to them. So like I mentioned, Jay's going to be talking about our latest long-term lakes sampling. We're going to be talking a little bit about the realignment. And then we also want to highlight that we're going to be conducting a long-term monitoring priorities assessment to gauge, we've been monitoring this way for the past 15 years. How do we want to spend our next 5, 10, 15 years with monitoring? And so now I'm going to pass it to Jay, who's going to go on a data dive.
Thanks, Anna. I need to do that.
You can just. Yeah, there.
Okay. Oops. I don't know about this thing. Okay. Make it go away. All right.
It's nice to be here. It's also a little strange to be at my first in-person meeting for 2.5 years. But I'm glad to be here to lead you on a very brief data dive. We've talked a lot about process today, but the bioaccumulation monitoring program is generating a lot of great data, and there's some interesting findings that are coming out of the latest data set that we just put into a report that the review period just closed. All right. So first, I want to put a spotlight on the Safe to Eat portal, which is a great resource. I use it all the time to access and look at the data that we've generated since 2007. It's mainly populated by SWAMP data, but it does include data from other programs. But SWAMP's the main program generating data statewide. And we've got, as you can see, a lot of locations sampled. We have pretty decent statewide coverage for bioaccumulation monitoring. In more recent years, with limited funding, it's been kind of a bare bones monitoring. In the first few years of the monitoring, we were looking at more samples and more contaminants, but we're very focused on mercury, and then we do limited sampling of PCBs and organochlorine pesticides. But the data set is responsible for a lot of the listings that we saw in those bar charts earlier for metals. There's a lot of mercury listings. And also, the data that we've generated have supported well over 100 advisories issued by OEHA. For each annual round of monitoring, we write a report to document the effort. Some of them are data reports, some of them are interpretive reports. In 2018, we did a nice collaborative effort with the BITE program, and Karen McLaughlin from SQUIRP was the lead author for that one. The one that we're going to show some data from today is the 2019 report that, as I said, is drafted. It's in draft form, but we're going to finalize it soon because we've now got all the feedback from our reviewers. So the long-term Bass Lake monitoring design, for each monitoring round, we write up a sampling plan, and then we also have a QAPP. For this long-term monitoring program, we came up with a way to sample 190 lakes that across the state that have largemouth bass that were identified as priorities by the water boards, by the regional boards. And we're focused on bass and mercury monitoring primarily, but we also look at selenium, and then we look at PCBs and OC pesticides in a limited number of samples. We also look at prey fish. But I think we came up with a nice way of doing this where on a 10-year cycle, we revisit each of the lakes on this list of 190 lakes, but we do it in a way that's slightly clever, but generates long-term trend information as well, where we split up the 190 lakes randomly into 5 different panels. And we sample, one panel in each round, and we do this every other year in the program to make our limited dollars go farther. So the different colors on the map are the different panels, panels 1 through 5. Today we're going to be talking about panel 3, where we've just worked up the data for 2019. So this is the set for panel 3. We had 34 lakes that we were able to successfully sample. And then as budget allows, we fit in some other lakes that are priorities for the regional board. So we fit in 8 others in this round. We looked at 17 species, over 1,000 fish. We analyzed a lot of fish individually for mercury, and then looked at composite samples for the other analytes. One of the key points to make is that the reason we focus on largemouth bass and other black bass is that they're really an excellent indicator species for mercury. They accumulate high concentrations. They're widely distributed throughout the state. They, when they have a well-known phenomenon with mercury accumulation in fish is that as fish get older, they accumulate higher concentrations. Length is a good correlate of age, and they show very consistent relationships between length and mercury. So it's really important. This is a strong relationship, and if you don't adjust for that, it'll be hard to compare data from one place to another or from one time interval to another. But our design accounts for that. So we basically do a regression of length and mercury at each location each time and come up with a concentration at a length of 350 millimeters. So this gives us, we've seen over the years, this generates really consistent data, even over long time intervals. I've been surprised that the lakes aren't showing more variability over the years. These two examples are kind of representative of what we usually see, where the data from different intervals are very similar to each other, and the factors that generate the mercury levels in a given water body in these lakes seems to be pretty constant over time. So we've kind of got this network of 190 lakes that we can track mercury statewide, and then we've also done this length adjustment approach at other water bodies, lakes and rivers across the state. So far, we've looked at 205 lakes, and this histogram shows the entire data set. The blue bars are the lakes that we sampled in 2019, so you can see how they fit into the overall distribution. The lakes for the overall distribution, one key stat is that for these length adjusted concentrations, 65% of them are over 0.2 part per million, which is the statewide water quality objective. The median is 0.3. The average is 0.4 for the overall distribution. But 2019 we had relatively hot lakes, and a lot of bars skewed towards the upper end of the distribution. 77% of the lakes we sampled in 2019 were over 0.2 parts per million. The median and the average were also high. Part of this was that some of the lakes that were special requests were in a mercury mining impacted area in the Guadalupe River watershed. So Guadalupe Reservoir, Almaden Reservoir set new records for our statewide data set. And these are some of the highest fish concentrations nationally, but it's a special case. But even aside from those hot additions, it was a relatively high year. So we generate these maps showing the spatial distribution, and this map shows data bin for the sensitive population of women of childbearing age and children. And the orange dots show the lakes that are above the no consumption threshold that OEHI has set. So these are relatively high concentrations, and there's a high proportion of them. There's kind of a tendency towards a higher proportion in Northern California, but we do see some in Southern California as well. Not just a Northern California problem. These graphs use a slightly different scheme where the high lakes are red and shows 2015, 17, and 19, the 3 rounds that we've done for the Bass Lakes. And you can see a higher proportion of red dots in 2017 and 19 compared to 2015. Similar kind of spatial distribution between north and south. So one of the things we're doing as we go is with each of these random selections of lakes, we can generate a representative average for this group of lakes. And kind of surprisingly, when consistent with those maps and the information I showed earlier, 2015, had a lower average than we've seen in 2017 and 19. I was surprised to see the kind of difference in 2017 from 2015. And then even more surprised when 2019 came out to be comparable to 2015. 2017 was the end of a 5-year drought. It was a wet winter. We sampled after a wet winter. There's a well-known effect called the reservoir effect with mercury, where when you newly flood a reservoir, concentrations are elevated, and they are for a significant period of time. So after the wet year of 2017, I thought, maybe we have a hypothesis. When I first saw the average for 2019, I didn't recall that being a wet year, but it was a wet year. So I've got a graph showing the drought area in California, and actually, 2017 there was a relatively small area of the state in drought. 2019 was even lower. So we have a sort of early hypothesis that water year could be affecting the statewide average that we see in mercury in these lakes. So this is underscoring the importance of getting this kind of trend information. If there are these sorts of climatically driven trends, these status snapshots can be misleading. If you sample in a dry year and where there may be a tendency for lower concentrations, you may underestimate risk. And also, obviously, if things are varying with water year or other factors, you've got to take that into account, or you may make mistakes in sort of judging when you've got a trend or not. And also, it's just important to know what the long-term trend is, so that we know if management is having an impact independent of whatever long-term trends are happening. So we're going to continue our monitoring, and we did coastal monitoring, part 2 of 3 in 2020, panel 4 and 5 for Bass Lakes in 21 and 23. This year we did some river sampling and realignment sampling, and then the reports will keep coming. But then I wanted to highlight one other non-swamp STU effort, because the STU is about more than just the swamp monitoring. Emerging contaminant monitoring is something that is done more actively at a regional level, and particularly the RMP for the Bay. It does quite a bit of it. And in 2019, the RMP looked at PFAS in bay fish. And so this is a case where we don't have a threshold, and we also don't have a lot of data, but this is a rising concern nationally. Other states have set thresholds and developed advisories, but California has not done that yet. We do see levels in San Francisco Bay fish that are persisting over the years at above thresholds that have been set by other states. And we are following up with this in the RMP. This was a limited effort. We're going to look at more archive samples from 2019 and then do a more thorough job in 2024.
Thanks. So that was a lot on data. And we're going to kind of switch gears now and talk about the realignment process and our with community-based organizations and tribal government partners. So when I started in my current role a couple years ago, I was learning all the things about the program and really looking at the really great ways that the program has been succeeding over the past 15 years. Jay just showed you a ton of amazing data that's been really helpful for the water boards and others. But there were 3 kind of pillars that myself and others felt that we could do better as a program. The first was building stronger relationships with tribal governments and communities to really ground truth their experience and align that with our data collection, or ground truth our data collection and align that with their experience. As we heard earlier, the water boards is a large 10 agency, organization, and we can do better with partnering and collaborating with ourselves. So we're focusing on that and really filling in data and information gaps regarding, is it safe to eat fish and shellfish from our waters, particularly for those who consume fish and shellfish for subsistence or tribal and cultural purposes, so beyond just recreation. So we developed a program realignment in December of 2020 that really honed in on those three pillars with a particular focus on incorporating community and tribal perspectives and needs into our program efforts, not just for the monitoring, but through the communication. So from cradle to cradle, if you want to put it that way. And around that time, the world was going through a lot of long overdue racial reckoning, and we wanted to incorporate diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging explicitly into our program. So through the realignment process, we're really trying to figure out, what does being an anti-racist program look like for us, and how can we facilitate diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging into our program and into the work group over the long term. So the realignment process is actually a 3-year process that occurs in each region. We have started in the San Diego region, and we're in year 2. So last year we really focused on building the community and tribal advisory committee and asking them, we presented where we have data in the San Diego region and really asking them if those are the right places, species, and pollutants that we were monitoring, and what gaps do they see and experience in their communities. And we developed a monitoring plan. Monitoring is happening this year. And, some of those conversations really elevated a lot of the conversations that have happened earlier today. So it's not just about mercury. What about PFAS and microplastics and all these other things, right? The communities and the tribes are aware of those and want data. And so in year 2, while the monitoring is happening, we're focusing our conversations on how tribes and communities want to be communicated with. So I am a big proponent of science communication. I'm a firm believer that you can collect all the data in the world, but if you cannot tell anyone why it matters or why it matters for them and why it's important, then you're just wasting your time and money. And so we really want to make sure that the reports are beautiful, but I think about, my dad and my brother and my family who go out fishing. They're not going to read that report, right? So how do we get the data and information to those folks who are consuming fish for subsistence without them having to read a report? And then next year, we're going to hopefully be starting some analysis on the data that's coming in to really work with the community advisory committee to see, like, what do we get? What does that look like? What does that mean for us as a community? And also thinking about, how do we want to continue our partnership outside of this 3-year process? So trying to get folks more incorporated and regularly in the Safety Work Group process, and figuring out, how do we need to change our process, how our work group works to be more accommodating to those folks. So although we're only, a year and a half in, the first year was highly productive. We had 3 advisory committee meetings, we developed a monitoring plan, and we also developed a summary of long-term committee recommendations. And so these are the things that the advisory committee members have identified as being important, of interest, of concern, but that we can't necessarily address in 1 year of monitoring or even a 3-year realignment process. So example questions that have come up have been like, our program has primarily focused on fish. What about shellfish? What about kelp? What about the nexus between harmful algal blooms and consumption of fish and shellfish? How can we do better to inform folks on those things with our program? And so we've documented those in those committee recommendations. And I also want to make super clear that all of these documents have been provided to the advisory committee for their review and approval before posting. And all of the products are available on through that bit.ly link on our website. So I'm also in the Office of Information Management Analysis. I'm the office's tribal coordinator. So tribal engagement and partnership is personal and professional importance to me. And really early on, I learned very quickly that 6 months of engagement with tribes was insufficient. And so we've been dedicating this year to kind of kickstarting and really launching more intentional engagement with tribal partners. And it's really focused on relationship building, but we have a tribal engagement plan, and I've been conducting, having conversations with tribes that have expressed interest in doing so since March, and we'll continue that through long past November. But the November here means that we also need to make decisions about which region we're going to go through the realignment process next. So we started in San Diego. There are 8 other regions. So who's next? And we really want to use those conversations with our tribal partners to inform tribal readiness and participation and engagement in the process. And so that will really guide which region is selected. For the San Diego realignment overall, we're going to continue with our committee meetings. Some council members are on that committee, and we're doing the sampling. We're going to be updating the long-term committee recommendations, but one thing that's not on this slide is our first meeting with the advisory committee. It became apparent that we need to create an outreach and engagement plan and be really consistent and articulate about what that looks like and how all the dots are connected and how all the resources are connected. And so that is in development and will be published hopefully later this year. I mentioned the tribal engagement, and the focus is not to get tribes to commit to anything at this point. It's really about matching names to faces, introducing myself, and finding opportunities to partner and to begin to build relationship and trust. A lot of the, almost all of the conversations that I've had, the tribes have expressed interest in our program or in doing their own monitoring, and really trying to connect the dots and figure out what partnership looks like for us over the long term. So this is the general timeline for this year for tribal engagement. So I've sent out sent out 3 email blasts through our Tribal Matters email list. I've mailed letters to the almost 200 tribes in California. The first set was just to tribal chairs, so close to 200 letters. Except for the San Diego region tribes that are already participating or I've already communicated with, and they said thanks but no thanks, not right now, whatever their response was. And the second set of letters were to tribal leadership, environmental directors, and tribal cultural representatives. So it was closer to 400 letters that have gone out. Yeah, so we're having those conversations, and they've all been really, really positive. And the consensus for many of the tribes that I've communicated with has been, wow, I'm so glad you're reaching out to us. It feels so great to be seen in this way. Thank you for starting the engagement early and not 2 months before the public or 2 days before the public comment deadline is over, right? And so it's been a really positive start to these conversations. And again, while this timeline ends January 2023, our conversations will not end then. We'll continue partnership and, helping our tribal government partners engage with the Safety Workgroup and the Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program in a way that works for them. In addition to the letters and the meetings, I'll also be attending the Region 9 Tribal EPA Conference in Lake Tahoe in October. So I'm really looking forward to being able to meet lots of potential tribal partners in person. That's a really effective way of communication for humans. And COVID has kind of put a damper on that over the past couple of years while we've started this. And so if you work with tribes, you are a tribal representative on the call, and you think this has been interesting and want to connect, this is how you do it. It's important to note that you do not need to be a federally recognized tribe to participate in these conversations or even as a part of the advisory committee in the future, and there's no deadline to complete the form. So complete it at your leisure and we'll figure out, what next steps look like for us after that. So next we're going to switch to what's coming up. Jay kind of mentioned monitoring. And so in 2023 for the Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program, again, we're going to be doing the Panel 5 lakes. We're going to be finishing the realignment process in the San Diego region, or Region 9. And the safety portal that Jay opened his presentation with is amazing, but I think, and from the conversations that I've had with tribal partners, it could use some updating. And I know from like a behind the scenes process, there's a lot of manual work that goes on that I think if we partner with OEHA in terms of getting more data on the California Open Data Portal, we can automate some of that and reduce workload for all of us for maintaining it moving forward. In 2024, as Jay mentioned, we're going to monitor the coast. We're going to begin the next realignment cycle in a region to be determined. But the big thing that I really wanted to highlight for the council is we're going to be doing that long-term monitoring priorities assessment. So we're going to be taking a look back at everything that we have accomplished and taking a look forward at what are the challenges now and how can we utilize our monitoring to start, finding solutions or addressing those challenges. And then in 2025 and beyond, we'll begin implementing that long-term monitoring process. Hopefully we'll have, more resources available for the public and tribal government partners to more frequently and easily engage with the program and the work group. And so again, just like the work group specifically will continue our virtual quarterly meetings. We're also looking at redesigning and revamping our program and safety work group web pages to make them much easier to navigate. Our swamp web pages and safety work group pages have similar issues that Lori mentioned earlier. There's a lot of information there, but if you don't know what you're looking for, it can be really hard to find. And so we want to kind of elevate the things that are important to folks and make it really easy and just nicer to look at. And I'm going to be utilizing the safety work group for review and feedback of the safety portal modernization as that happens. So if you're interested in that sort of discussion, please join those conversations. And the safety work group is going to be the space where we kind of have the conversations about long-term priorities to help inform the monitoring. And so I'm not sure how we're doing on time.
3 minutes.
Great. Okay. So we wanted to end with opportunities that this council might have to support this work. We're always looking for more partners. As you all know, monitoring and analysis is not cheap. And especially for those folks that are doing it with small community groups or tribes, right? And so we really want to find folks that are doing this work or interested in doing this work and figure out how we can work together to, make the resources stretch a little bit farther for everyone. Another thing that's come up in the conversations with the realignment and my conversations with tribes is there's a lot of interest, especially from tribal partners, in doing this kind of monitoring on tribal lands if they're not already doing it. But resources are limited, not just for the monitoring and analysis, but for data management and support, data entry, right? And so if there was an opportunity for the council to kind of provide a synthesized list of available water quality monitoring related resources that tribes and community partners, grants, whatever, could apply for or be aware of, and create like a one-stop shop resource for folks that we could point folks to get that support, I think that would be really helpful for our partners. And then, that would trickle down to the work groups and the programs, because we would get more partners and data and all that good stuff. And I've been talking a lot. You have anything to add, Jay?
Do we have time for some discussion?
Good.
So just a question and a comment. The question is, so the Water Quality Monitoring Council has an EJI work group. I think it might have rejiggered its acronym recently. But are you working in collaboration with them at all?
Yeah, so we're both representatives on the Justice, Equity, and Diversity and Inclusion Work Group. And yeah, we've been supporters since the beginning and are really excited for the next meeting.
Okay, great. And the other comment, and this is somewhat limited geographically, but the Region 2 Water Board maintains a watershed permit for mercury and PCBs that applies to wastewater and industry, and there's also a municipal regional permit, and both of those permits have requirements for risk reduction education that is up to the permittees to decide how to implement. So BACWA has a $50,000 grant program for risk reduction education. We are not risk reduction experts and would love some guidance about how to spend those resources, so we should coordinate.
Yeah, I love that. And just another thing to note is the realignment process is in very close partnership with the regional boards. This is not the state board coming into the region and telling the regions what to do. The San Diego region has been with us since before the beginning of the actual plan and have been at every meeting and are really informing discussions. So yeah, we could definitely loop in our Region 2 partners and have that conversation. That sounds great. Anything in the chat?
Yeah, I'm trying to, so Mark has a bunch of questions.
Great.
Yeah. So he's talking about the DDT degradation in the Palos Verdes shelf, the big dumping that was done there at DD projects. More monitoring is needed for more constituents. There are an array of DDT degradation products and related compounds that have not been monitored in fish, which means the risk assessments by OEA haven't been able to use data on those DDT congeners. That's a big gap. I mean, it's more of a statement than a question. Does the water board use data from other agencies? Fish and Wildlife has a lot of data on Dungeness crab and domoic acid. I don't know what DC stands for, Monitoring Informed Fishery Management Decisions, and OPC would like to work more closely with your group on the coastal fish and shellfish contamination issues. So.
Yeah, +1 for working together on coastal fish and shellfish contamination. As Nick mentioned, the Bioaccumulation Monitoring Program was never really fully funded, and so we haven't been able to do as much shellfish monitoring as we would have liked. Some would say it's non-existent.
Really done any,
yeah. I was trying to be kind. So yeah, I think there's lots of opportunity for improvement there. And then I lost my train of thought. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Jay?
It would be great to have OPC participating in this too.
Yeah.
The good news about OPC is they generally have funding mechanisms, so that'd be a good thing. Mark, I see your hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat, actually. I'm not sure if there's a connection, but I think the Office of Planning and Research has been compiling some climate resilience adaptation funding opportunities, and I know there's a focus also on tribes, so maybe see if there's some nexus there. I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks. And then I saw, Steve, did you have your hand up?
Actually, I think you already answered. First, I want to start with a compliment. And this is one of the shining stars of our program, and just congratulations, not just on the work, but as you say, the communication and the outreach and the engagement, just fantastic. The question I was going to ask is, you said in the tribal engagement and other engagements, you heard two things. One, you want more constituents, be it toxins or be it microplastics, and that you also wanted shellfish. Again, you changed your name to, consumption, so shellfish. But I didn't hear an answer to what's your plan for incorporating those, or not the plan. And so I guess what I just heard is the start of an answer. We don't have funding. Maybe we should go get the OBC to help. What about the other the other things like pathogens? And because Jay, it was nice that you showed the PFAS one as an example. We don't have a threshold. Many of these other things, microplastic, we don't have a threshold. On the other hand, it seems like a perfect thing for you all to be incorporating, because you won't get a threshold until you start to get enough data that it's worth applying a threshold to.
Right. I think I can take a first stab at that, Jay, and then feel free to fill in gaps. Our, full disclosure, our budget is really limited. And so we do as much as we can with what we can. And lately we've had to cut planned monitoring that was like kind of baseline just to cover costs and make sure we don't go over budget. So that's a serious thing. But when there are opportunities and we do have room in the budget, we do monitor other constituents. And we're really trying to leverage the realignment process as kind of like a pilot. So we know the regular kind of long-term monitoring is happening. We know that mercury is a big focus. And so when we do the realignment, we make that of note, but then the advisory committee can tell us, actually, we'd really like you to sample some PFAS, or you sampled mercury in this location, but we'd like it in this location with this other species that isn't bass. And so we're trying to kind of get creative to the extent that we can, but I think if we had more resources, we would definitely be exploring more of the CEC realm of the emerging contaminants. But
So that's a great thing to bring to the council, because you've been successful. It now becomes up to us to make sure you have the resources, or alternatively, to do what Jay did, is find the subgroups that could pilot things. And I'll take responsibility. Maybe we use our bi-regional survey to start piloting some things to see whether or not the information you get is valuable enough.
Yeah. How'd I do, Jay?
Very good.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I think the realignment work, we're getting input on other things that highly impacted communities want us to look at, and then we'll be doing this reassessment of our program with some input from that, and we can, I think if we get OPC involved, we can think about shellfish and toxins in addition to the things that we've been looking at. But that is there is monitoring that's done, so it'd be a matter of coordinating with the existing work that's done. So that would be a big thing to bite off, but it's certainly very important, and I think it should be part of our assessment of key gaps that need to be filled statewide.
There could be an opportunity too with microplastics, specifically the Division of Drinking Water. I know is mandated to look into microplastics in underrepresented communities. I know their focus is on drinking water, but it seems to me if it's a public health realm, that fish tissue, especially since they have kind of out of the health effects workshop, had a better data baseline, would be a place that they might be interested in supplementing their monitoring with. That would be really powerful. And I encourage you, I know that this has been, I hear a lot from groups like, oh, I really wanted to get out there with underserved communities, but I don't know how. I think this safety work group and the work that Anna and Jay have started and been doing and will continue to do is a really good place for people to go to look at how it could be done and can be done. And so I encourage you all, and because I know this isn't a novel thing, and I know that that's where I send people to when I get that question. So if your groups and programs, as they get on the justice, equity, and diversity and inclusivity train, that this is a resource for everyone to go to. So
yeah, and just to be clear, I was not an expert on those things either when I started, but I reached out to our tribal affairs office, who are amazing humans and great to work with, and also our Office of Public Participation, who have been really critical in helping us formulate and develop these engagement plans. We've given them opportunities to review the realignment plan when it was being developed. They reviewed our tribal engagement plan, and so this is something that we're not doing alone, just Jay and I in the dark writing plans, right? We're working with as many people as we can, because we know that, really truly operationalizing equity, putting those sometimes lofty feeling principles into practice, it's going to take more than one person or one program. It's going to take all of us.
Well, great. Any other questions in the room or comments? Let's see. A lot of positive chat comments. Great work. Keep an eye on the
Just
Pismo
one.
claim.
Yeah, I mean, I really applaud your outreach to tribes and just thinking about limited resources, how outreach to under-resourced communities is super time intensive and I mean, I'm just kind of saying good luck, but that outreach is so important to the justice and equity and inclusion, because the people who are most at risk are the hard people to get to. And it's those community groups that you're reaching out to I mean, finding the trusted resources, the trusted voices, because, you know, government programs can, as you say, produce a lot of great reports and even, you know, fishing licenses and stuff like that. It's still the regulatory framework that you're approaching. So coming from the side of the, you know, the community groups is so much more important than that.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, everyone.
Right, with that, thank you. Thanks so much, Jay and Anna. That was a great presentation, and I hope that Lauren, you follow up with them, and Mark Gold, I'll connect him with you all to continue the conversation with getting OPC involved. It's past our time. I said we wouldn't hit this, but here are some of the topics I've heard so far, including talking about seed monetization for the December 1st meeting. I just want to remind us December 1st will be completely virtual and shorter. The co-chairs had talked about having 2 longer in-person
Hey,
encouraged
Nick,
meetings.
I don't see your slide on the
No, did I not share it?
Daily Bob.
Well, of course I didn't. Problem. Oh well, either way. I heard, where is this? Sorry. Sorry about that. Edit that in post. I heard that you'd hear, so sorry, what I was saying was that the co-chairs got together and decided that the better efficient use of our time would be to have 2 in-person encouraged meetings that had the hybrid option similar to this, but that even those would be a little bit shorter. And then the other 2 would be completely virtual and even shorter in nature, unless there was something that really came to the forefront that, like the integrated report that would have the gravitas to like have a longer meeting. So the next one in December would be a shorter meeting. I think the following meeting in 2023, when we decide those dates, I think we would hopefully shift to maybe I'll work with Steve. I know that Squirp's updating their technology. And right now to hopefully have the next one in Southern California, because I recognize you've all traveled. I appreciate it. If you have any other topics that aren't on this list, just reach out to me and we can go ahead and adjourn the meeting. But thank you all for coming in person, and thank you all for presenting, and I'll see you in December. Thank you.